Dhruv, are you able to hear me?
It's me too.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay.
Hi, Mitu, can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Iyer, maybe the volume, if you could perhaps a little bit increase it at your end.
Yes, let me keep the Jabra speaker next to me then.
Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Good afternoon, Mr. Lal. I think you're muted. Mr. Iyer, if you want to just speak one more time, we just do an audio
Yes,
check.
Can you hear me now, Mitu?
Yes, perfect. Perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I'm going to go back on mute and video off.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Hi, Neetu.
Hello. We can hear you
Hi,
now.
how are you? Can I do a quick check of just sharing the presentation?
Yeah, sure, sure.
Thanks so much. At the moment, I don't have sharing rights.
Sure, we'll just do that.
Thank you.
Dhruv, can I request you to just give sharing rights? Just give us a moment.
Yeah, sure.
Given, ma'am. Ma'am, you may share now.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, okay. Just wanted to confirm that's all.
Yes, works perfectly.
It works perfectly, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, thanks so much. Thank you. I'll go on mute and video off.
Sure, sure. Thank you.
Bye. I'll just stop sharing.
And Mitu, one quick check. We start at 1:30, right? At backstage, we stay
That's
at
correct. 1:30.
And somebody will prompt when I have to do my speech, yeah?
Oh, yeah, yeah, we'll call on you. Absolutely. So we'll have essentially, we'll flow in the order that was sent and we'll call on you to speak. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Ayappan.
Ma'am, good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, Dr. Ayappan.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ayappan, for joining us.
I'll mute it now.
Sure, Dr. Ayappan, sure.
Me too, you can hear and see me?
Yes, I can hear and see you as well. Yes.
I have 15 minutes, right, Ms. Kapoor?
Yes, 10 minutes, Dr. Ayappan. 1:30 will start. We've had Mr. Sudhir Sitapati has joined us from HUL, Mr. Deepak Iyer from Mondelez, as well as Ms. Swati Dalal from Abbott. They're already also here with us. We're just waiting for CEO, sir, and we'll start at 1:30 sharp.
Yeah. I have 10 minutes or 15 minutes.
So your session, you have 15 minutes, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Me too. Who are we starting with CEO, sir?
Yeah, no, so I'll basically call on you to open it up and then I'll invite each person to speak.
Okay.
Yeah. I think CEO sir has also joined us.
Yes, I have. Can you see me and can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm good, sir. Good, good. So we have Dr. Ayappan, who's also joined us, and Mr. Sudhir Sitapati, Mr. Deepak Iyer, and Ms. Swati Dalal also, who are here with us.
Good afternoon,
Yes.
sir.
Good afternoon.
Good
Good
afternoon.
afternoon. Good afternoon. If you
Good
had Dr.
afternoon.
Ayappan, you didn't need me. He's so distinguished and we respect him so much. He would have sufficed as a
No,
keynote
thank
speaker.
you. Thank you, Dr. Singhal. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Dr. Ayappan, I am far away from being a doctor. अभी तो मैं PhD वगैरह के आसपास भी नहीं हूँ. That is why we respect all of you so much.
No, thank you. Thank you very much.
We'll start in 5 minutes.
Okay, no issues.
I think we're at 1:30, so we will go ahead and commence. Good afternoon and a very warm welcome to this 15th CII Food Safety, Quality and Regulatory Summit that we are conducting in partnership and association with FSSAI. The theme for the summit today is Food Safety and Quality 2030, Innovating to Deliver Resilience, Improve Nutrition and Sustainability. We have seen a significant shift since FSSAI was incorporated in terms of its role and focus from standard setting to start to look at creating of an ecosystem which commenced with the Eat Right initiative. That brought in several very important dimensions of the food ecosystem, which include nutrition and also aspects such as sustainability. And you will all agree that for all of these to function effectively, the bedrock of these truly will be innovation, which will allow us to take this agenda forward in the interest of our consumers. With that context, I'm delighted to welcome our very esteemed guests today. We're very privileged to have here with us Mr. Arun Singhal, CEO FSSAI. So thank you so much for accepting to be here with us today. It's truly a privilege to have you here with us. We also have with us Dr. Ayappan, Chairperson of the Scientific Committee of FSSAI, who has held very eminent and prominent roles in various capacities and provides the stewardship and leadership to FSSAI on all scientific matters. We also have with us Mr. Sudhir Sitapati, co-chairman of CII's National Committee on Food Processing and Executive Director, Foods and Refreshment for Hindustan Unilever. We have with us Mr. Deepak Iyer, also with us, President Mondelez and co-chair of CII's FMCG committee, and Ms. Swati Dalal, Managing Director of Abbott Nutrition. So we have a very eminent opening session ahead of us. What we have done this time in looking at the Food Safety Quality Summit is pick themes that we believe will support the advancement from standards to better enforcement and better implementation. We have sessions that will focus on looking at the advances we have made through digitization across various regulatory systems. Some of them have seen an impetus and catalyst with the pandemic, but that's really creating also more transparency, efficiency, and speed. We have sessions dedicated to analytics and testing, advances in food contact materials, and also looking at innovations that are happening in nutrition and health and wellness foods. So those are the sessions we will be covering in the summit today. Before we start, I just want to, on a more somber note, acknowledge the fact that we have all been through a difficult year. And as we have gone through this year, we have also lost, unfortunately, some very, very valuable, esteemed colleagues who have worked with us in this fraternity. I'd like to specifically make mention of Mr. Atish Kumar Sen. He was a senior assessor with CII's Food Safety Quality Award, former DDG of BIS, and did a lot of rich work with the United Nations on GAP and food safety. We lost him to COVID on 26th October. And just yesterday, we lost another very, very close and valuable colleague, Ms. Monica Rawat, who worked with Zydus Wellness and worked very extensively with us on the food regulatory matters. So may I just request that before we begin, we perhaps just do a 1-minute silence to pay respect to all those who are going through this difficult time. Thank you. With that, we will now commence today's proceedings. May I request Mr. Sudhir Sitapati please open up the summit and to set the context and to address all of us.
Thanks, Meetu. Good afternoon, Mr. Arun Singhal, Chief Executive Officer of FSSAI, Dr. S. Ayappan, who's the Chairperson of the Scientific Committee of FSSAI, my industry colleagues and friend Deepak Iyer and Ms. Swati Dalal, Managing Director, Abbott Nutrition, Meetu, senior officials from the Government of India, speakers, friends from the media, and ladies and gentlemen. I think in this pandemic situation, the food industry is important as never before. Consumers are becoming more and more mindful of foodborne illnesses, what they eat, the robustness of food safety system, processing, handling at source, and how it impacts their immunity system, nutrition uptake, and overall health. With growing awareness, the concept of resilient food systems, sustainable sourcing of raw materials and ingredients, and traceability in the minds of consumers are also gaining ground. I believe that India is ahead of many developing countries, and I say this since I work in many of them, in ensuring safe food for consumers, and that has been possible because of the vision and initiatives of FSSAI towards one nation, one law. The regulatory ecosystem in the country has evolved with harmonization of horizontal standards, with global best practices, reduced dependency on duplicate standards, creation of a single window clearance system with centralized online platforms aligned with other departments on key aspects such as imports, licensing, and registration. Additionally, emphasis has been on strengthening the horizontal standards for ensuring safety and quality across the supply chain, especially farm practices on pesticides, contaminants, and antibiotics. This is indeed a step towards enhancing capabilities to managing our supply chain effectively and in interest of consumers. Equal, and if not more, focus has been raised on enhancing the nutritional profile of foods by reformulation, addition of positive nutrients, reduction of salt, sugar, and trans fats, thereby nudging consumers towards making. Industry has been a committed partner to all these initiatives and has been part of the product reformulation journey and will now focus on the reduction of trans fats aimed at providing healthier choices in the interest of consumers. These efforts will need to work in tandem with enabling standards which allow us to innovate. We appreciate that FSSAI is evaluating some of these aspects and look forward to contributing to the standard development process. I'm happy to report that at last year's summit, we had undertaken a commitment to launch a capacity building program in the area of product formulation for healthier choices. The intent is to help entrepreneurs, startups, food scientists in the food industry to focus on developing healthier products and contributing towards a healthier India. We have just finished our first cohort, and as a next step to cascade this nationally, we would like to partner with FSSAI in vetting this curriculum and running this jointly. Nutrition is yet another area where important interventions have been made with the introduction of standards for fortification of staple foods. There has been significant progress made on this front nationally. CII has worked on the edible oil journey over the last several years, and today virtually every brand is fortified. CII National Committee on Nutrition is working very closely with the FSSAI FFRC division to amplify the impact through interventions at state level, and we will continue this focus in the coming year on other staples such as wheat and rice. With continued advancement in science and nutrition, and the recent release by NIN of the new RDAs for various nutrients, and introduction of various new terminologies and concepts in alignment with global best practice has provided yet another dimension. In a recent workshop we conducted with NIN and FSSAI on this, it has clearly brought out its impact on existing standards and new avenues for innovations in the sector. While all these have been milestones in bringing a paradigm shift in the regulatory ecosystem, there are still on-ground challenges in terms of implementation owing to various aspects, whether it is lack of interpretation or understanding of the new regulation, or lack of adequate, updated, and specific data that reflects India's context to support evidence-based risk assessment for formulation of scientific standards. For instance, in case of fixing of maximum limits for residues of pesticides in packaged foods, there is lack of data on presence of level of pesticides in the primary agricultural crop. As a result, the maximum limits that are set are not achievable in processed products. Similarly, to achieve permissible moisture content in final products like millets, rice, and their products like pearl millet flour, sorghum flour, the primary data on the level of moisture present in these specific raw commodities is inadequate. Hence, we in the CII believe that there is a need to establish a data collection center to undertake an independent and authentic data collection initiative, contributing in the robust standard setting process. We are working with MOFPI to take this initiative further. I would now like to share some of the capacity building initiatives that have been undertaken by CII this year. This year, we worked on the development of FSSCI FO 4-stack training modules on COVID-19 and food safety, and conducted more than 100 virtual trainings across the country, with industry support reaching out to 5,000 sector-specific food handlers and professionals. In addition to workshops that have been convened with FSSCI on the new platforms for imports, licensing, and registration. We also worked on guidance and standard operating instructions for FBOs on protecting health and ensuring smooth operations in the context of COVID-19 for various subsectors. The occurrence of food fraud and counterfeiting has become an emerging concern over the last few years. In this regard, we are building capacity on new tools and techniques like TACCP, which is Threat Assessment and Critical Control Points, and VACCP, which we are taking across the country. CII FACE has been instrumental in recognizing role models and building capacity on benchmarking practices in food safety through CII Award for Food Safety across sector, and recently introduced recognitions for those promoting supplier development. Recognition and sharing of these practices is also helping us building domestic capacity. In our endeavor to promote skill development at academic level, CII SKA manages an initiative of NEET-cum-merit scholarship for students. The aim is to inculcate a culture of food safety among the future generations. We are supporting over 50 students this year. Finally, before I end my introduction, I want to pause and reflect a little bit on a particular area that is close to my heart. While initiatives will continue to happen every year, and I have now been co-chair of the CII Food Committee for the last 3-4 years, a lot of our progress and focus has been on input KPIs, to use management jargon. But what is the output KPI, or what can we see in society which will convince us as both the food industry and food regulators that all the effort that we are taking is indeed making a difference? I would venture to suggest that we look closely at diarrhea as a single measure of how successful we are in food safety and hygiene. India loses about 300,000 children a year to diarrhea. According to the WHO, the disability adjusted life years, or DALY, lost because of diarrhea is 15,000 per million years in India versus 10,000 per million years across the world. That's 50% more of productive life being lost in India because of diarrhea. And diarrhea is the one illness which resides at the intersection of hygiene, because of hygienic conditions, washing hands, safety and the way food is prepared, but even nutrition. Poor gut health caused by lack of micronutrients is almost as important as poor hygiene practices and food safety. All these three variables are under the ambit of one disease, and I suspect that if we focus on the performance of this one illness, we will probably get a good sense of whether in totality we have moved the needle in India. Given this background, and most appropriately in this context, the theme for the summit of the 15th Food Safety, Quality and Regulatory Digital Summit is Food Safety and Quality 2030, innovating to deliver resilience, improve nutrition and sustainability. With support from the government, industry and stakeholders, the summit has gone from strength to strength towards disseminating global best practices and towards building a culture of excellence at par with global standards of food safety and quality. I wish you all a meaningful day at the summit today and the Food Safety Award ceremony on 18th December. Sir, we at CII reiterate our commitment and partnership in FSSCI in driving all these initiatives. It is our privilege to have you, sir, with us today on this platform. On behalf of CII, I welcome you, and we look forward to hearing your vision and thoughts and priority for industry engagement in the coming year. May I invite Mr. Arun Singhal to address us now, please.
Sorry, Mr. Sitapati, we have Ms. Swati Dalal speaking next.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah. May I now request Ms. Swati Dalal to please speak to us about innovating for nutrition? Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much, Meetu, and good afternoon to all the delegates here, on this virtual platform, and especially very warm welcome to Shri Arun Singhal, CEO FSSCI, as well as Dr. Ayappan, Chairman Scientific Committee FSSCI, Also, thanks to the other esteemed panelists, Sudhir Sitapati and Deepak Iyer and Neetu, for organizing this seminar. And, I'm truly delighted to be part of this 15th, CII Food Safety, Quality, Regulatory and Digital Summit. I would like to present a perspective on the case for innovation for improved nutrition, really from, in a sense, the consumer lens. So if we were to see today, and we're seeing 2020 has been, an unprecedented year, and we have seen tremendous shifts in consumer attitudes, right? Immense concerns related to, focus on immunity, concerns related to their vulnerability, as well as how stress and anxiety can impact their mental and physical immunity. These are numbers that we are seeing here are unprecedented, and we've never seen them in the past. And this has actually caused almost a seismic shift in the way consumers are looking at their lifestyle and making their lifestyle choices, including those for nutrition products. And they're as they are dealing with, fast-paced life, we are really seeing a shift in consumer choices related to nutrition. What we're seeing and what research throws up is that consumers are becoming, very aware. And if you look on the left-hand side, you can actually see what consumers are desiring. It's very interesting to see that there is consciousness about specific nutrients, consciousness about natural ingredients, the importance of products being nutritious, the fact that they must build the immune system, and the fact that they need to be high quality. All this is already translating into, and we have witnessed it this year in terms of their purchasing. And you're seeing unprecedented growth in immune boosters, multivitamins, in products that are supporting their health, as well as their interest or their expression of interest that they will continue to do so in the post-COVID scenario. So we have seen a new health paradigm, and we will continue to see this paradigm change and evolve over the future. What we have seen is a shift towards a desire for good health. The next 18 to 24 months is going to see this integrate, into it developing into healthy habits. And this will be done through innovation in services as well as using technology. And I'm quite sure 5 years from today, when we meet again for a summit, we're going to see technology integrate into good health. We have already seen technology integrate when you're seeing from a medical standpoint, but it is going to flow through into all aspects of good health, including that of nutrition. And therefore, today, as never before, the role of nutrition is actually vital in achieving holistic health, and it's not just a general add-on, as the doctor recommended. Good diet is important for health. Today, it is vital that there is good nutrition, for consumers. And there is ample evidence to show this, right? So whether it is for people who are ill or whether it is for people who are well, nutrition is going to play an important role and has proven to play an important role. Even for those who are not critically ill, it is important to maintain a good nutritional status, for overall good health and wellness. So what can we together who are on this platform really do? Actually a case for us. It is an opportunity and a responsibility to ensure that nutrition actually realizes its true potential. Consumers are going to look for products that are relevant to drive their good health, that offer really good core benefits backed by good science. They're going to look for brands that are tested, that have good quality, labeling that is simpler and much more transparent for them to make their own choices. They're going to look for their products to be much more uncomplicated, and definitely they're going to look for resilience. And the point that Sudhir made about sustainability being the agenda going forward for many people in the industry, for traceability being important, local ingredients being important, and very stable supply chains being important. So we're going to see innovation across, the various platforms to be able to realize the true value of, true potential for nutrition in the consumer's life. And therefore, when nutrition is really supported at every level, then only can we really lead healthier lives, support stronger recovery, and eventually develop stronger and healthier communities. So the case really is for all of us to come together, and this can only happen when, and we will be able to impact people's lives only when change involves everyone, whether it is the government, whether it is regulations, partnerships, or people from the industry, where it could be people who really influence the consumer, whether it is the media, whether it is the doctors, the dietitians, or the role of family themselves. It is really developing, a much more robust ecosystem forward that can really drive, the circle of wellness. So once again, on behalf of Abbott, I want to really thank the CII. Abbott, as you know, is a company, it's a diversified healthcare company. We've been in India for over 110 years, very diversified in pharma, cardiovascular, diagnostics, diabetes care, as well as nutrition. Our entire goal is to really, we believe that health is not just medicines, but, we believe in integrated healthcare systems, and we are here for the Indian consumers. So our belief is that human potential is really limitless, and we're here to help support, lead the healthiest lives possible. So on behalf of Abbott, we're really delighted to be in this conference. I wish tremendous, rich discussions, and that we develop an agenda for the coming year so that we can all partner to, deliver for the consumer the best possible health. So thank you very much, Neetu, and over to you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Dalal, for that. And I think sort of laying out how imperative it is that we build the ecosystem for innovation, especially as we look at nutrition becoming even more critical. With that, I'd now like to invite Mr. Deepak Iyer, President Mondelez India, to introduce his perspective from a sustainability lens and the imperatives that it lays ahead for the food industry and also its sort of implications on food safety. So over to you, Mr. Iyer.
Thank you, Meetu. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Thank you. Respected FSSAI CEO, Mr. Arun Singhal, other senior officials from FSSAI and the government, Sudhir, Swati, and other colleagues from the industry, Meetu and friends from CII. Hello and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today to all of you on a subject of driving sustainability, especially in the food industry. So I will today talk not about any theoretical frameworks, but will restrict myself to what we in Mondelez India have achieved in this domain or are in the process of achieving in this domain of driving sustainability as a food company. So nothing here is theoretical, everything is around what we have done. And I'll broadly talk on 4 broad areas. 1, how have we partnered farmers over the past 50 years in growing cocoa in India? Very few people really know about this. 2, our actions in the area of water and carbon offsetting. 3, our efforts on increasing the usage of renewable energy. And 4, our efforts on EPR for plastics. So let me start with our partnership with farmers. This started 55 years ago when we got the first cocoa plant to India. Many farmers still call it the Cadbury tree. An amazing fact about the cocoa tree is that it grows between 2 coconut or arcanut trees. So it really doesn't need any extra land, and which is a great thing in doubling farmers' income. Now, as you might know, cocoa is an equatorial crop, and we have no equatorial land, but we have adapted it in partnership with agricultural universities in Kerala and Tamil Nadu to grow it in the tropical climates of our 5 southern states. Today, after 55 years, we work with 1 lakh farmers in India who grow cocoa. We have more than 50 full-time agri-specialists in our company roles, whose full-time job is to train farmers on cultivating this crop, since this is not a native crop of the country, and hence farmers don't know how to cultivate it. We have 5 nurseries, our own nurseries, where we grow approximately 30 lakh saplings every year and sell under a government subsidy to farmers. We help farmers grow approximately 20,000 plus tons of cocoa per annum. And the farmers are under no obligation to sell to us. It's not contract farming. However, being a large consumer of cocoa in India, we buy approximately 50% of the annual produce and the rest is left for open market. And we mostly buy directly from farmers and hence once again working towards improving farmers' income. The one other fact that might really warm your hearts as Indians is that after 55 years of efforts working with the 2 agricultural universities that I talked about, we have been able to improve the farming yields and improve it to an extent that today it's 2.5 to 3 times the global average yields. And that too while cultivating an equatorial crop in a tropical climate. Under this program, we also have undertaken community development actions like supporting communities while training with programs, while they're training programs for women on health and welfare, sports activities for children, infrastructure in remote schools, and many other such activities in the cocoa fraternity. This partnership with farmers in growing cocoa is our flagship sustainability initiative. We call it From the Farm to the Bar, leading to economic, social, and environmental benefits. Let me move on to the second area on water and carbon offsetting. So you'll be happy to note that with our efforts in reducing, recycling, and reusing, we have continuously been able to reduce the absolute quantity of usage of water and the absolute emissions of carbon, both in our factories and our facilities. Further still, because of this farming initiative, the cocoa farming initiative that I just talked about, it also helps us significantly offset water usage and carbon emissions. Now, pursuant to these 2 sets of parallel actions, we got certified in January 2019 by Ernst & Young as being both water and carbon positive in our India operations. Now, while data in this area of how many companies are both water and carbon positive is not readily available, we think we should be one of the few companies who actually have both these certifications in India, something that we really truly are proud about. The third area where we have taken some intentional steps is moving our energy consumption from fossil fuel to sources which are renewable, that's renewable energy. Today, we have installed solar panels in 3 out of our 4 factories and also in our R&D center. We also installed a solar concentrator in 1 factory. We have moved almost all our boilers in the factory to biomass boilers. We're also steadily increasing our purchase of energy to renewable energy like hydel energy. With all these efforts over the past several years, now we have 45% of our energy coming, or energy consumption coming from renewable energy. While we're happy with our efforts, we still believe there's more ground to cover in this area, and which is what we're working on. And finally, I'll talk about our efforts on plastics EPR, extended producer responsibility. That's the full form of EPR. Now, as a part of the industry forum, we committed to getting back plastics that we put out in the market. As you can well imagine, it's impossible for us to get back every one of our individual wrappers or plastic containers used to sell our products. However, we are committed to one thing. For every ton of plastic we put in the market, we'll get back an equal tonnage of any other plastic from the market. Meaning it's brand neutral, we will pick up equal tonnages of any other brand. Now, as of financial year 2019-2020, we got back equal tonnage of all the flexible plastics, every kg of flexible plastics that we put out in the market, not our own brand, but some other brand. Now we're expanding that to rigid plastics as well this year. Now, those are the 4 areas that we as a corporate feel we have done some meaningful work, demonstrating strong intentional actions towards sustainability in the food industry. Now, I would like to end here by saying that we still have many more miles to go, but we really feel happy that we are making meaningful contributions as a corporate or as a responsible corporate to our country's sustainability journey. Now, when our Honorable Prime Minister talks in international forums like he did recently earlier this week, that as a country, we will exceed our environmental targets, we feel in some small way, we are also contributing to this noble commitment. Thank you. Back to you, Meetu.
Thank you so much, Mr. Iyer. And for a lot of you listening in, this is not a topic you would typically hear of at a Food Safety Quality Summit. But I think some of the key highlights that Mr. Iyer pointed out, especially the working in partnership with farmers, which is so integral as we build better control over our supply chains, the quality of produce, the safety, the efficacy, the manner in which plastics and material is being recycled, food contact materials, all of which we're finding, need a lot more deliberation and innovation as we look at setting standards in those. And so I hope that sort of opens everyone's mind in thinking that as we look at setting standards across the value chain, we need to look at the continuum and the various aspects that actually frame the food ecosystem. Thank you so much, Mr. Iyer, for laying that out and making it come across so vivid and real. Thank you. With that, it's now my privilege to call upon Dr. Ayappan, chairperson of the Scientific Committee of FSSAI. He's also a former secretary there in DGICR. And so I don't know if you will recall, but I had the privilege to engage with you at that time. And I think there can be no one better with your understanding of the food chain right from the start to be able to really talk to us about what we should be focused on as we look at strengthening science and food safety for our citizens. Over to you, Dr. Ayappan.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I hope I'm audible, Ms. Kapoor.
Yes, Dr. Ayappan. Yes.
Thank you. A very good afternoon and greetings to you all. Esteemed CEO of the FSSAI, Mr. Arun Singhal, Mr. Sudhir Sitapati, the co-chair of the CII National Committee, Mr. Deepak Iyer, President of the Mondelez India, Ms. Swati Dalal, Managing Director of the Abbott Nutrition, Ms. Meetu Kapoor, Executive Director of the CII, guest delegates and ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank the CII and FSSAI for this opportunity of being with you on the summit and learn and look forward to learning in today's session and further continuing to the 18th. An important occasion today at a juncture when we are hopefully recovering from the COVID-19 pandemic. And in this period, last about 10 to 12 months, we have learned a great deal, a lot of cross-learning across the countries and continents, and in terms of innovation systems, practices, and many of them could be scaled up. And in terms of models and pilots, that's what we are including in when it comes to food security and food safety. I'd like to compliment the earlier speakers. Mr. Sitapati brought up very important points of KPI, and think we would like to work on that further, and also good practices that Mr. Iyer talked of. When we want to look at the entire chain, I'm sure you would appreciate agriculture to food, to nutrition, to health. And all this is a continuous paradigm. And in the next 30 years, our food requirements would be easily asking for the demand rate is something like 50% more than what we are producing today. And SDGs in front of us, 2030, the Sustainable Development Goals. And then while we had been visioning several aspects for the last 20 years, I think we could not factor in COVID. I mean, that's come as a total surprise to all of us. So in the vision document, you would see there were some projections that were made with regard to demography, food production, and so on. Now, in this year, particularly 2020, we are seeing several things: dietary transitions, as was mentioned by Ms. Dalal, with regard to immunity. I mean, a focus on immunity. And the aging rural population, the youth migration, natural disasters increasing. Now, all these are impacting on the food systems like never before. Now, these also have increased the risks with regard to current food systems that have to be dealt with. At the same time, they have provided several opportunities. And we all have been quick to learn and maybe adopt ourselves. And that's where the resilience, when it comes to three main themes of today's the 15th summit, with regard to resilience, nutrition, and sustainability. And each one of them are so very important. And this learning has also led to several new models in all these three aspects. At the same time, I think we had these extraordinary events, as if I could call them, have made the industry, the regulators, the policymakers, and the governments to work towards a resilient food system, and then also withstand and recover from the disruptions, so that we have an adequate supply of not only the quantity of food, acceptable food, but also the quality food. Now, this is where we are talking of the malnutrition levels, unacceptable levels that we keep discussing. At the same time, food losses to the extent of maybe 1/3 at the global level. And now at this time, we were talking of food security all the time. Now we need to talk of, as was mentioned, immunity, food safety, and all those. And when it comes to Asia, I must mention we are 50% of the food basket of the global food basket comes from Asia. And when it comes to India, And no, because normally we talk of food grains, more than 294 million tons and all that. But you would appreciate if we include the fruits, vegetables, milk, meat, fish, egg, and so on, it would be easily around 800 million metric tons of food that we'll be talking of. This country of about 1.3 billion population plus, maybe in the next 5 years it could be more. So we are talking of something like 800 million tons of food. Now that's where from the very point of it could be sowing in case of food grains, or it could be others in animal food production systems to the plate. Are so many challenges and the steps that we need to be looking at enhancing efficiencies with regard to production, as also ensuring safety when it comes to quality. Now, this is where we have been talking of hygiene from the state of harvest to the production. That's where we are all concerned today. And with regard to this is where we are talking of good agricultural practices. A point was made with regard to residues. Absolutely, Ms. Sitapati, we are concerned about it, and including the point that you made with regard to the stages of harvest and the time from the harvest till it goes to the market, what could happen to the residues, pesticide residues, the fate of residues, that's what we call them. So we are absolutely seized of that. At the same time, good hygiene practices. Now, many countries have integrated these into regulatory frameworks and similar efforts here also. At the same time, there are many other concerns because when we talk of agriculture to food and health and to health, the re-emerging zoonotic diseases, the emerging diseases, biotic stresses, that of course abiotic stresses already we are seized of in terms of climate change and so on and so forth. But then when it comes to biotic stresses, the antimicrobial resistance is another thing that's coming up, and mislabeling, I can go on. Or in case of aquatic systems, the algal blooms that we need to be addressing. A point was made by Mr. Deepak Iyer, very important. We do have, Mr. Iyer, microplastics coming in several food items, particularly from the aquatic systems. Now, taking into all this, what we need to be looking at is develop an effective food control architecture with due emphasis on food safety at primary production level, including at the primary production level, formulate safety and science-based risk management measures, monitor and share data for better risk assessment, consumption, data generation for a better exposure assessment, and develop, and popularize certification schemes for GAP, and ensure. Am I visible, audible? Yeah.
Yes, Dr. Ayyappan.
Yeah, okay. And also the traceability issues we have been discussing all the time, a zero tolerance towards food adulteration and so on, and to commit to reduce the microplastics accumulation in both terrestrial and aquatic habitats. And a point was made with regard to capacity building, very important, enhance capacity and skill building efforts, and mainly upgrade and share facilities. That's very important. Whether irrespective of affiliations of institutions, whether it's public, private, corporate, whatever, NGOs and so on, sharing the facilities and ensure that the customers have access to reputable information on food safety at the primary production level and further, and strong communication models. I think, in the context of the media that we have today, including social media, in fact, FSSAI has started several initiatives in this regard. And I think it's an opportune moment for all of us, where all of you are aware coming from the industry with regard to disruptive technologies, emerging technologies, and then whether it's production, consumption, up to consumption, processing, packaging, like never before. We have this from in the farming, IoT in farming is coming in a big way. The artificial intelligence, the machine learning, blockchain, sensors, robotics, I can go on. So these are the new range of technologies, new generation technologies that we are talking of to be deployed for quantity as well as quality in food. Colleagues and friends and guests, foresight, innovation and partnerships. I think this triad is very important when we talk of food in adequate measures and food safe. So that's why we are talking of foresight, innovation and partnerships. I mentioned about the partnerships. Now at the FSSAI, you would be happy to know the nation's food regulator. Science is given all the importance, prime prominence in setting standards, evaluating, assessing risks, apart from taking into cognizance the emerging risks and threats to food safety and nutrition. That's what we are very happy about. As the chairman of the scientific committee of the FSSCI, I would like to say how things work in FSSCI, and I'd like to, I can also assure you that the scientific committee also encourages all the panels to go for science and evidence-based decisions and take stakeholder viewpoints at every stage, and then take, and then make recommend changes to the authority. This is what we have. There is the process, and it's absolutely participatory. And I'm also happy to note that the food authority is absolutely engaging the scientific community all across the country and consulting universities. We have this kind of a ambience, where we have the absolute consumer, if I may say, the trust that the authority has. That's what is important, a link between the producers and consumers. And now, so happy that the CII at this meet, the 15th summit, has flagged these three issues of resilience, and then the improved nutrition, and very important, sustainability. What all we do today, as I said, sustainable development goals 2030. Maybe in the context of COVID, they may be having a relook at that, but then it's important that we align all our activities and programs to these SDGs 2030. With these words, so very grateful to everyone, and I look forward to the summit for the output as a learning experience, and wish that we move towards safe food for all. And as we are coming to the close of 2020, my greetings to everyone here for the new year 2021. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Ayyappan. And I think for making clear the triad of foresight, innovation, and partnership, I think you emphasized very important facts for us, making sure the focus on primary production. Even if we look at packaged foods, that integration with the supply chain in terms of transparency, looking again at science-based and strengthening the evidence that goes into the panels as well. And we are cognizant of that. And industry also has an important role in terms of contributing to that process of data generation and providing that information to the panels to create the right legacy for the country and the right information on the basis of which standards can be set. Thank you so much. And it was very encouraging for us to have you here to talk about also about how the various panels as well are seized of the same and working in tandem. Thank you very much, Dr. Ayyappan. With that, it is now my privilege to call upon Mr. Arun Singhal, CEO of the Food Safety Standards Authority, for his keynote address at the inaugural session. So we look forward to hearing from you. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mitu. Mr. Sudhir Sitapati, Ms. Swati Dalal, Mr. Deepak Iyer, Dr. Ayyappan, Mitu, and all the participants in this webinar. Very good afternoon to all of you. I must begin by complimenting CII for organizing the summit today. Today's summit, as we all know, is the 15th in the series of food safety, quality, and regulatory summits organized by CII. The 14th summit last year focused on smart interventions for strengthening the food safety ecosystem. There was a panel discussion on risk management systems and technical sessions on technological interventions and safe food tools. This year's summit is on innovation to deliver resilience, improve nutrition, and sustainability. Focus is on e-commerce and digitization also. So I'm happy to see CII's unwavering focus on the use of technology and perseverance in deliberating upon ways to ensure food safety and quality. The activities of CII mentioned by Mr. Sitapati are all very apt, and they will all have a very positive impact on the food safety ecosystem. I must also add that the sustainability initiatives mentioned by Mr. Iyer are worthy of emulation. I think he omitted to mention that Cadbury's chocolates are totally free of industrial trans fat also today. But I must appreciate the sustainability efforts being put in by him. And Dr. Ayyappan, of course, as always, has very ably drawn our attention towards what needs to be done. The ever-increasing demand from people for new types of food drives changes in the food ecosystem. And in such an environment, it becomes the duty of food regulatory bodies globally to ensure that safe, healthy, and sustainable food is available for consumption. The present and future policies on food safety and standards should be such that they're able to address health issues as well as economic and environmental impact of food. Scientific advances and innovations can help attain more efficient and resilient food systems, and they will require a regulatory response that neither restrains innovation nor puts customers and consumers at risk. Food safety systems all over the world are using technological innovations to reduce post-harvest food losses during processing, storage, and transport, to prevent food frauds, to digitize systems and processes, to facilitate trade with other countries, to use fortification as a tool for providing better micronutrients inputs, and to reformulate food products to improve the nutritional value and reduce food wastage. As was mentioned and very clearly presented by Ms. Swati Dalal, the COVID-19 pandemic has driven consumers all over the country and all over the world, in fact, towards adopting healthier diets that can protect and improve their immune systems. The availability of bioactive ingredients of food and functional foods is becoming more crucial as well as challenging for the food industry and food regulators. To overcome such challenges, regulatory amendments and framing of new regulations is a continuous process. No regulations are static, they keep on evolving. In this connection, FSSAI recognizes the need to utilize the ancient wisdom of Ayurveda in shaping our food choices for attaining better health outcomes. We are working with the Ministry of Ayush on creating a new category called Ayurveda Ahar to provide healthy options to consumers. The regulations for this purpose would be placed in the public domain early next year. During the lockdown period, FSSAI tried to ensure that it is available, it is in action, and it is operational. It innovated to attend to challenges and rededicated itself to its motto of inspiring trust, assuring safe and nutritious food. FSSAI is actively engaged in disseminating messages and information about safe practices to follow in the COVID pandemic, including countering myths and misconceptions such as COVID spreads through food, especially chilled and frozen food. Recognizing the need to get quick approvals when the state machinery was preoccupied with duties, FSSAI permitted food businesses to temporarily operate their businesses on the basis of applications. That shall continue till the 31st of December this year. But these concessions will now gradually start coming to an end from 31st December. We have allowed e-inspections. We have allowed submission of returns by emails. We have deferred compliance requirements such as returns and renewals till 31st of December. Imports and laboratories were declared as essential services so that they could be available throughout the pandemic period. Provisional NOCs were granted for imports. Guidance notes were issued. Trainings were organized. More than 1 lakh food handlers have been trained for COVID guidelines in the past 6 months alone. So FSSAI put in its own bit. But I must say that more than FSSAI, it is the food industry that deserves to be given credit for maintaining food supplies during the COVID pandemic. I applaud the role played by the industry and by industry bodies such as CII in surviving through the COVID pandemic and ensuring that citizens did not face any difficulty in food supply. All of us have faced tough times, but I believe that the worst is over now. We stand today on the verge of starting COVID vaccination, which has created possibilities of returning to normal and tiding over the present crisis. We actually look forward now to starting the next decade of this century on a note of optimism and good prospects for growth. This year, on the regulatory front, the key focus has been to finalize regulations quickly, reduce the time taken for finalizing regulations, be more open and transparent, be more consultative in the process. During the past 6 months, 23 final regulations have been notified. 7 more are to be notified very soon. There are 14 draft notifications which are out for comments. And I must mention now that as FSSAI has evolved over the years, there is a set of principal regulations that we have to publish. There are 24 principal regulations today, and these are nearly done. Now we just need to add 1 or 2 principal regulations. They're also being finalized. But now in the future, it'll be a question of updation of standards, evolving of these principal regulations and changes in these principal regulations. We had a feeling that the changes we were proposing were too frequent, and perhaps it would be difficult for the industry to keep track of all the changes. And therefore, now we have decided to send new amendments to the government only 2 times in a year. We would normally be clubbing all the amendments which are required and send them to the ministry in January and July, twice a year, so that it's easier for you to respond and give comments, and everybody can keep track. They're not so voluminous and so frequent. E-commerce is a new, vibrant revolution which is growing very, very fast. It seems to have a compounded average growth rate of 27% right now, and I'm sure in the future it can be even faster growing. And Indian food businesses are also opting for this technological innovation. Smaller businesses also are joining the bandwagon. New issues are being created, and therefore we have now tried to take e-commerce also within the ambit of licensing regulations. Some regulations are out right now for comments. We are also encouraging food businesses to come out with novel products and reformulated food products in the market. And the revised food safety and standards licensing and registration regulations for the first time are going to introduce the concept of perpetual license. As of now, FSSAI licenses either for 1 year, or 3 years, or 5 years. But now in the future, there'll be perpetual licenses so that you do not have to obtain a license again and again. Only annual returns would be required, and the license would be perpetual in nature. We have brought out draft regulations to facilitate imports, in which prepackaged foods can be moved out of ports provisionally, pending test reports. Many more labeling defects can be rectified at the ports only, and the earlier delays in sampling would be greatly reduced. The food safety labeling and display regulations have also been notified. There are some improvements which have taken place in this regulation. But the front of pack labeling provisions have been left out for the time being. We have set up a committee chaired by the Executive Director, CS, in our organization, Dr. Shobhit Jain. He'll be coming before you after some time today to examine the FOPL issue. Intense discussions are required between the industry and the civil society activists and our scientists to decide upon the threshold limits for high fat, sugar, and salt, and the manner of displaying this information on front of pack. We've all seen very recently, yesterday, the National Health Survey data has come out, and that HFSS data is showing that obesity is going up and lifestyle diseases are going up in most of the Indian states. So the question of fat, salt, and sugar is a very, very critical one. We have to act upon this issue, and but I believe that all change has to be gradual, and so we need to start at some point and then gradually improve over the years. With that in mind, I would request the industry to participate in the committee which has been set up to discuss thresholds and the manner of display, and to engage with the other participants to arrive at some kind of consensus, at least on 75% to 80% of the issues, so that the remaining can then be decided by the regulator, FSSAI, and we can move ahead. But making a beginning is important. If we keep on discussing and we are not able to make a start at all, that is not a good idea. Starting anywhere at any level would be a good idea, and then we can perhaps, as I said, refine the thresholds later on. Another huge priority for FSSAI today is elimination of industrial trans fats. COVID has now renewed the focus on healthy eating habits. FSSAI has been following a multi-pronged approach towards constituting a healthy India. On the one hand, we are trying to bring about regulation to reduce high fat, sugar, salt, trans fats, elimination of industrial trans fats. On the other hand, we are trying to educate consumers so that they choose healthy options by themselves. So we are committed to elimination of industrial trans fat by the year 2022 from the food supply chain. And we are actively working with industry associations, scientists, and researchers. Last year, the Honorable Health Minister had launched a trans fat free logo that is available today. People who have less than 2% industrial trans fat in their products can apply for a trans fat free logo, whether they are food service establishments or food manufacturers. A series of webinars is being organized. Yesterday, we had the 5th webinar in that series with manufacturers and food businesses to discuss the modalities and the ways ahead for reducing trans fat. And I'm very happy to say that in all these 5 webinars so far, nobody had said that it is not something which can be done. They've all agreed it can be done. They're on the job. So I hope there's a commitment by the industry that we will eliminate trans fat, industrial trans fat. I hope all of you will meet that commitment. We have issued advisories to ICDS meal scheme also not to procure fats which have high incidence of trans fats. So this is a priority area for us, and I'll request all of you to cooperate with us and to help us out in eliminating industrial trans fats. On the issue of using technology and digital technology in particular, FSCI also has been doing its own bit. We have revised the version of FOSCOS. We had FLRS earlier, which was a very old software. We have a new software called FOSCOS. And the feedback I have from most consumers is that FOSCOS is indeed some kind of improvement over FLRS. It is conceptualized to provide a one-point stop for all engagement of an FBO with FSSAI for any regulatory compliance transaction. Similarly, we have a software called FOSCORIS for inspections that is also completely online, but there are some improvements required. We are working on some improvements. We are going to incorporate digital photographs of the FSO, of the witnesses present during inspection, and the FBO, along with GPS coordinates in the inspection note. We are also trying to introduce Aadhaar-based signature and risk management system so that the system can identify which FBOs to be inspected. There are complaints about some lack of transparency in the way FBOs are selected for inspection. So we will try to build in a component in FOSCORIS where on the basis of past performance, the data available and the risk factors, FOSCORIS would suggest to the food safety officer which unit needs to be inspected. For imports, we have FIX, which is supposed to be one of the best softwares amongst all the PGAs in various departments, but that has an inbuilt risk management system. We are making major improvements in FIX also. This point has been mentioned, and I would like to emphasize this again. Packaging technology, there's a session I know on food contact material today in the afternoon. This contributes very heavily to the plastic waste in the country. Figures like 30 to 40% of the entire plastic waste being from food are mentioned frequently. So I'm very glad that there's a session on this, and this is an area on which we need to work. This issue was the next point I would like to make is that it would be a great use of technology to use either blockchain or some other digital techniques to establish traceability of food. Mr. Sitapati had specifically mentioned this, and Dr. Ayyappan also mentioned this. You see, no matter what kind of tests we design and the standards that we prescribe, it is always possible that some unscrupulous elements would go for finding ways to beat these tests and go for adulteration. And this is a continuous process. Adulteration happens, and then we update our methods and standards, and then again some ways found to beat them. But the only panacea for this problem, the only foolproof method of establishing origin and authenticity of food is to have traceability. And that would take care of the problem of counterfeit food also. So I would exhort the industry to seriously work upon the aspect of traceability and to find practical solutions to achieve this. It can start at a small level and gradually it can expand to all products or the entire supply chain. But making a start is necessary. It is high time that we start doing this. One priority area in technology for FSSAI has been to improve the testing infrastructure in the country. We are committed to strengthening the testing infrastructure and having it of high quality. As a step towards this, we have recently denotified many state food testing labs which were not accredited by NABL. We have given time to them earlier in the past. Some people did not apply. So we have deregistered these labs. We are providing funds to state food testing labs to upgrade their equipment, to purchase high-end equipment. FSSAI has already released about 170 crore rupees to state labs to improve their infrastructure. We have floated a request for proposals for 2 new national food labs at the Chennai Port Trust and the JNPT Mumbai. We are now coming out with the basic minimum standards for a primary lab and a referral lab in terms of equipment and manpower. We are trying to rationalize the testing charges that have been fixed. There has been a demand that instead of product-wise, the testing charges should be parameter-wise. So we are looking at that, and a committee has been set up to do this. As now we move on as a regulator, having gone through the initial phase of making regulations and standards, the future now means a lot more surveillance and a lot more awareness generation on our part. We will concentrate on launching lots of surveys. Every year we plan to have 12 major surveys. And earlier our surveillance was confined to products such as oils or vegetables or milk products. But in the future now we'll come to parameter-based surveillance also. Mr. Satpathy mentioned the point of diarrhea. I'll tell you, Mr. Sitapati, that as you said, this is basically related to factors and microbiological factors. So we are planning now to have microbiological surveys also, in which we'll sample a variety of products and test them all for bacteria. This is also going to be an important aspect of our activities in future. But hygiene is of paramount importance, and hygiene rating is a voluntary thing. I would suggest all FBOs should voluntarily go in for hygiene rating, training of their staff as to proper maintenance of hygiene. That would actually help a lot in reducing the incidence of diarrhea and foodborne diseases. Eat Right India has been a very, very major initiative of FSSAI. Our job is primarily regulatory, but then awareness generation is a very, very important tool. If the public at large is aware and there's a demand for safe food and healthy food, then ultimately they will get it. People get what they demand. So we believe that raising awareness in the public is as important task today as regulation is. So we would like to devote 50% of our energy to regulation and the remaining 50% to Eat Right India, which is the awareness generation component of our organization. You are aware that it has 3 pillars. One is Eat Safe, the second is Eat Healthy, and the third is Eat Sustainable. Eat Right India has a bouquet of initiatives. Eat Right campuses, Eat Right schools, hygiene rating, clean and safe street food hubs. There's a variety of components that target both food businesses and consumers to make the right food choices. I'm very grateful to the industry that you have been participating in Eat Right India initiatives wholeheartedly. Today, I would like to use this forum to call upon the industry to voluntarily start working on reducing trans fats in their products and to innovate towards developing tasty food products that which have low fat, sugar, and salt. As Mr. Sitapati mentioned last year about product formulation for healthier foods, that is a very, very good, very welcome initiative. We'll be very happy to work jointly with you on this. Whatever support CII seeks from FSI, we'll be willing to provide that support. Another initiative that was mentioned was about data collection that you are working with Ministry of Food Processing Industries. That is again a very good initiative because our scientific panels very often feel that the sufficient data is not available. And many of the demands raised by the industry are not accepted by scientific panels because there's no scientific data or evidence to back that claim. So if you can formalize this arrangement with MOFPI and come up with a good system of collecting, that would be so wonderful. On my part, on FSSAI's part, we can assure you that our scientific panels and our scientific committee will be more consultative. You must have noticed a change in the past 4 or 5 months. Nowadays, invariably, you are being taken online in scientific panel meetings and views are being heard. What they finally decide is the outlook of the scientists in the panel, but at least everybody would be heard. And it makes your case much, much stronger if you have good data to back your case. So providing good data is critical. This is a very important initiative that you have taken. I must compliment you for that. I hope that the technical sessions will throw up some valuable action points. I'll request Meetuji to send a summary of the recommendations that emerge to us. I thank you and wish you all the best for a very fruitful summit. Thank you very much. Back to you, Meetuji.
Thank you so much, sir, for very clearly sort of stating the priorities and reinstating, the direction that we are working on. We will continue to work on the product reformulation journey. So products with improved nutritional profile, trans fat reduction. That's something that industry is seized off, is working on, and we stay committed to that agenda. Also, all of the digitization efforts that have been made by FSSAI in terms of whether it's the imports platform, licensing, registration, they are enabling a lot more in terms of transparency, speed, and efficiency. And we are continuing to work with your teams on wherever there are operational issues to be able to iron out those glitches. On the regulatory side, as you said, sir, the principal regulations are in place. I think as we work on them, there are some we will have to continue to iterate, like you said, make a beginning, but sort of continue to iterate them so that industry can also play catch up. While you are now notifying regulations twice a year, I think in terms of implementation, there is still certain challenges, and we will be in continuous dialogue with you to keep you apprised. We're all interested in making sure the right transparent information is available to the consumer. But we just want to make sure that we do it. We have all industry being able to have the capacity to be able to deliver to those expectations. And then finally, so on the Eat Right piece, like you mentioned, industry has stepped up in terms of supporting some of the street food hubs, other initiatives at school. We will continue to make sure that that becomes a very important part of our messaging to all of our industry membership across the country as well, so that wherever they are in their own states, in their own jurisdictions, they can be part of the local ecosystem to really help scale up the Eat Right efforts. Thank you so much again for always being available for us to be able to talk to you, to be able for us to be able to share any concerns that we might have, and the actions that are being taken as well in terms of, like you mentioned, the engagement of industry with the panels, at least an option to be able to present our point of view. And we are mindful of the concerns of lack of data and making that more robust. And we will work alongside with the panels on that as well. Thank you so very much, sir, for being here with us today and kicking off this session. We will come back to you with action points, and especially on the food contact materials, like we had said, we will try and create pilots out of this, which perhaps can have an independent monitoring on the safety of usage of recyclable plastics, like you had mentioned earlier. So that over a period of time, again, we develop safety data and allow this to be used by industry. Thank you very, very much, sir. And thank you to all of our inaugural speakers, Dr. Ayappan, Mr. Sitapati, Mr. Iyer, and Ms. Dalal for being with us here today. Our next session starts at 3 p.m. We look forward to having you join us there. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
You can hear me?
Hi, Sundaram here. I can hear you.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, hi. Good afternoon, Mr. Sundaram. How are you?
Doing well. Thanks, Radha.
So just I have just logged in actually through set to check the audio visuals and all.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I think it
Hi,
is
Radha.
clear.
Dr. Sundaram, hello, and hi, Radha.
Hi. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, so I guess it's so far so good. I've managed to get the backdrop as well.
Yeah, I tried the backdrop, but it was inverted.
Yeah,
And was
there's a little icon on the corner like two arrows. Just click on it and it will straighten. At the end of the thing, you'll see more options. On the background, there are two small arrows on the right hand corner.
Mirror image option. Huh?
Yeah, that's it. I guess, yeah.
But it's still, is it inverted or is it looking
So
fine?
you're fine now. I think you're okay.
It is fine. It is fine now. It is fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
But there's some, my picture is.
That's always there with the virtual backgrounds, I guess. Just ignore it.
Yeah, same. Yeah.
It's kind of like halo effect.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's
that's
a
right.
halo
It's
effect.
like a halo effect here. Yeah.
It's strange to have virtual conferences like this.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I guess we'll get used to it in some time.
Learning for us. Yeah.
Yeah, correct, true. Okay, I'm going to just turn off the video and mute myself for a few minutes. And,
Yeah.
Okay. Good afternoon, Dr. Jacob. Yes, Smita ma'am, you are back.
Yeah, Radha, I'm here.
Okay, so we'll start the session now.
Okay.
Good afternoon, respected chairperson and distinguished panelists, delegates, partners, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the technical session on advancement in food testing technologies and role in transforming the food industry. I would like to invite Ms. Smita Murthy for setting the context and moderating the session. Ms. Smita Murthy is the India representative for FSSC 22000 and has extensive working experience in the field of quality, safety, food safety, and analytics, having worked for Coca-Cola also for over 20 years. And over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Radha.
I would like to add. Yes, and just to post their question on the top right comment box. Over to you, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you, Radha. And yes, just to reinforce what Radha said, there's a Q&A box in which the audience can type in the questions, and we'll have time at the end to go through your questions. Thank you so much, and good afternoon to everybody, and welcome to this session on food testing technology and its role in transforming the food industry. I would like to start by saying a big thank you to CII for giving me this opportunity to host the session and interact with this very accomplished panel today. The safety of the food supply chain, it remains a high priority for the industry, regulators, and consumers everywhere. Due to the health and safety risks that is posed by chemical, microbiological, and environmental contaminants in the food chain, analytical methods and testing technology has become the centerpiece for food safety everywhere. I'd like to also talk a little bit about the background that I come from. At present, I'm representing FSSC 22000, GFSI recognized food safety management system scheme. FSSC 22000, like the other GFSI recognized schemes, focuses a lot on things like vulnerability assessment, on food fraud, on food defense, on the food safety culture. And through this, it actually mandates the reliable and good analytical protocols in the food industry. In these times that we are living in, with the social media focus, with changing customer regulations, increasing consumer expectations, which is rightly so for safe food, rapid advances in food testing technology has become the need of the hour. All I can say is the future holds a lot of excitement and promise. There's never been in human history before a time where you could have analysis of a huge amount of data, do data analysis, use things like artificial intelligence. This is now allowing us to look at aspects of food safety that we've never been able to do before. It raises the bar for the industry, it raises the bar for all the stakeholders. With this brief introduction, I think the session is really critical for all of us food industry professionals to take forward and figure out ways in which analytics, food testing is going to revolutionize us, is already transforming the food industry. And I hope you have good insights and takeaways from this session. I would like to now start by inviting Dr. Sanu Jacob to come and speak to us on his perspective. I will just give a brief introduction of his brief introduction. Dr. Sanu Jacob is the director FSSAI. He's previously worked as a joint director and in charge of Export Inspection Agency in Mumbai. He's served as a faculty in different academic institutions and in a university in Kerala. He's worked extensively as an agricultural researcher and visiting scientist at various places across the world. Dr. Jacob has got his PhD from the University of Milan in Italy in agricultural sciences, and has has a rich postdoctoral experiences in France, Italy, and Canada. He's also received several short-term grants to carry out scientific missions, and has received fellowship like the Masa Fellowship from Israel. And he's been really respected in his area and has worked extensively in the field of agricultural research in several well-known areas. He's also a member of the International Society for Horticultural Sciences and is a life associate of the International Food Safety and Quality Network, IFSQN, also a member of AFSTI, ISCA, the Indian Science Congress Association, and the Society of Biotechnologists of India, and the Kerala Academy of Sciences. He's also a member of the Board of Studies for Food Science and Technology Department in Kerala University of Fisheries and Ocean Studies in Kochi. Dr. Jacob has expertise in agricultural post-harvest biology and technology, and he's guided several students in their postgraduate journey. He's also been a guest lecturer and speaker in several national and international forums, and has published a lot of peer-reviewed articles on this subject. Welcome, Dr. Jacob, and looking forward to hearing from you.
Thank you very much for this kind introduction. In fact, it's a busy day for me, but still I hope I will give justice to my presentation. In fact, I thought if it had been a physical meeting, it would have been much better to have an interaction, one-on-one interaction, to know the industry needs, what exactly is the challenge. I was not really prepared to give a presentation, but to form the basis of my presentation by asking the questions and then giving the replies and come with a good solution which FSSAI can offer to the industry. Of course, many of you might have attended many of the FSSAI's seminars and conferences. So in this particular presentation, I will be just giving a glimpses of how FSSAI, the genesis, and I will touch upon what are the roles in the divisions, and then with respect to the food testing, what FSSAI is doing currently. And later on, I think once all the speakers finish, there is a discussion round where we can have more elaborate discussion on this subject. Can anyone help me where to share the file?
So on the top screen, you will see a share button next to file, edit, and share.
One second.
Just on your screen on the top.
This share is deactivated for me.
Dhruv, can you please help us?
Yes, ma'am. Sanu sir, it's there on the top bottom, on the top side share. I've given you the presenter rights. I've given you the presenter rights, sir. I will just reset it once. Please give me a second. I will just reset it once.
Yeah.
Give me a second. So can you see it now on your screen that you have been made presenter?
I'm seeing that, but this seems to be deactivated. It is taking me to the security and privacy. Let me see, because I'm operating from Mac computer. So, there are a number of challenges with Mac. Let me check.
Dhruv, maybe if you have Dr. Jacob's presentation, could you run it for us?
No, he doesn't have.
Okay.
So, 1
So
second.
can you share it with me? I'll do it from here.
Yeah, I'll share it right now because I
Sure.
gave all the reference and privacy right, firewall and HP. Oops. 1 second, I'll share you right now.
Yes, I guess it's new technology and all of us are learning new ways to work and connect. So this happens, I guess. So
1 second.
Sir, are you sharing it on my email ID?
Yeah. I sent an email to you and Sam. Just
Okay.
just check whether you got it or not.
Sure, sir. I will just get it. I'll see where.
Yeah, I've already shared it.
Okay. It must be on its way. Just give me a second. I will check.
I'll try to. Okay. Meanwhile, I'll just
yes.
keep the things flowing. I won't stop here, and first I would like to before we go with food safety and food testing, we should know what is a food. So food. It comes from a very old German word, which is "foda," and "foda" is the literal meaning of "foda" is fuel to feed. You might have seen the word fodder, which is we are giving it to the cattle. So from there it is that particular fodder. From there we are deriving this word food. Now, basically, the function of any food is to give energy, nutrition, and to sustain the life. And based on that, now there are diverse food, which you might see some are processed, some are partially processed, some are unprocessed, like fruits and vegetable. And all these things are intended for the human consumption. And FSSAI has come up with its own definition when you look into the act, where it is defined in the act that food is any substance, whether it is processed, whether it is partially processed or unprocessed, and is intended for human consumption, with a clause. It can also be genetically modified or engineered food, or food that contains ingredients, infant food, packaged drinking water, alcoholic drink, chewing gum, or any substances, including water, uh, which is used in the food during its manufacture, preparation, or treatment. But now this is the uh, items which doesn't come under the purview of food, but it does not include any animal feed, live animals, unless they are processed or prepared for placing on the market for human consumption, or plants prior to harvesting, drugs or medicinal products, cosmetics, narcotics, psychotropic substances. So what I had listed after the buds are not treated as food, but once it is notified by the central government, as and when the cases comes, then it can come under the category of food. I think I can see my presentation. Can you go to the next slide, please? Yeah, so this is what I was talking about, the food, which is there given in the act. And the central government will declare by the notification in the official gazette or any other article as food for the purpose of this act, having regard to its use, nature, substance, or quality. So before going into the depth of testing, safety, we should understand what exactly is the scope of food. Can you take me to the next slide? Now, when we see the regulatory system, now we understood what is the food, and basically in India there are two regulatory bodies which look into the quality and safety aspects of food. The first one is the Export Inspection Council, which looks after the foods exported from India. Basically, the Export Inspection Council is a very old organization. It was formed by the Act Export Inspection and Quality Control Act 1963, where the mandate was to see the importing countries' compliance, whether food or articles which are exported from India, whether they are meeting the standards or requirements of an importing country. So for that reason, the Export Inspection Council was formed, under which there are 5 agencies located at Mumbai, Cochin, Chennai, Kolkata, and Mumbai, Delhi. And the main mandate is to look after the exported food. And once the food, is all good, meeting the importing countries' requirement standards or complying to their standards, then the health certificate is issued with the food that is being exported. The second one, which came into existence in 2008, there was an act in 2006, FSSA Act. So in that act, it caters the domestic food that is being manufactured in India and also the food that is coming into India. So at the current moment or at the present moment, there are 2 regulators. One FSSAI, which is largely very popular across the country, which looks after the domestic food and imported foods, and the Export Inspection Council, which look after the exported food products. Can you go to the next slide? Can you go to the next slide? So this is the genesis. I just indicated that it was previous slide. Previous slide. So this is the genesis. The act was formed in 2006, and then the authority was established in 2008. The regulations started coming in 2011, and eventually the whole act was operationalized on 5th August 2011, and then it was mandatory for all the FPOs in India to get the license or register with the FSSAI. Now this FBOs also include the exporters. Now, the emphasis of FSSAI is to look into the science-based standards for the food articles and mainly to regulate the manufacture, storage, distribution, sale, and import with the purpose to give safe and wholesome food to the humans. So this is the main, theme on which the FSSAI has been built up. Can you go to the next slide? Now, again, when I, someone might still ask you then what is the role of EGMARC and BIS? They are still, are seen in some of the labels and packet. They are, for some specific food like EGMARC is for blended oil or ghee or, fat spread or honey. It is, Previously, it was mandatory, but now it has become more voluntary for this standards to get. But eventually, whatever you produce in India, it's a thumb rule. Everyone has to take the license, the FSSA license, as per the regulation 2011, which is quite mandatory. Can you go to the next slide? And this is the timeline. It's not like India did not have any food acts. There were many acts, previously starting from 1946 onwards. We had the vegetable oil products order, then the PFA, then the FPO, MFP. But only challenge was that all were, there were some overlaps. They all were handled by different ministries, and it was a bit challenging. It was more, product specific. The process was not, much emphasized. But with the emergence of FSS Act, or when FSSA came into picture, all these things, got narrowed and came in one umbrella. Can you go to the next slide? So this is the umbrella which I was speaking about, where all these orders and previous orders, they all were combined and brought into one single act called as FSSA 2006. Can you take me to the next slide? And the main feature now of FSSA is an integrated line of command. There is an authority, there are scientific committees, there are food commissioners, there is one policy, one nation, one law. So there is an integrated line of command, and mainly it focuses on strategic issues. We also emphasize the food industries to go for a self-compliance. I would say the third point is more or less reflecting on the point that is entrusting the responsibility on the food business operator. So it is the responsibility of the food business operator to, we are trusting you to be self-compliant in the manufacturing of food. And then the licensing through a single window. And of course, if there is some default, there are penalties, graded penalties according to the nature of, fault the industry has made. Then also creating consumer awareness through, constant education, training, and like FOSTAC training is one example. And lastly, the consistency with global measures, especially, Codex is one of the international forum, where some standards, some COP are, brought out, and FSSA does take the, those standards and see it can be, if it is applicable in a domestic scenario. Can you take me to the next slide? And with respect to the divisions, as on today, we have the regulatory compliance division, which mainly, look into the state affairs, whether they are complying or not. The states, they are supposed to do surveillance, they have to pick up the surveillance samples, they have to pick up the enforcement samples. There are, different sections which describes how to, take those samples, and then they have to be sent to the notified lab or to the state labs and to do the testing. So that is the regulatory compliance, which see the policy, what is framed in the FSSA, are, being I would say, are being followed by all the states. Then we have the science and standards. Mainly, it looks into the new products or the existing products. If there is some, modification is required in terms of their limits, in
Dr.
terms
Jacob, Dr.
Yeah.
Jacob, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but since we have a limited time, I would just request you that we have probably 10 more minutes and we'll have to move.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Then this is a quality assurance division, the third one, which looks into the lab recognition and notification, which has this food testing roles and policies that are associated with this particular division. Then we have the regulation division, then the social and behavioral change. This is another division. You might have come across the Eat Right, campaigns. So they are all being emerged from this particular division. We have the division of import and international corporations. Then the other, add-on or supporting divisions like admin, legal, finance, and HR. So this is in nutshell what are the divisions. Now I will now focus on the quality assurance, which is more focused on the food testing. Can you take me to the next slide? From here onwards, I will be quick. Next slide. Can you go to the next slide, please? Yeah, next slide. So, in the QA division, again, you might have come across all these things. They're very much available in our website. We have for school education, to create awareness in the school, we have, the food safety magic box to do some little experiment where some adulteration can be detected. We also have published a DART book, which is more of a rapid test to detect the adulteration for home food testing. So any layperson or layman can do that. Then we have the notified labs. Then we have the mobile labs, food safety on wheels. We also look into the lab accreditation process as per ISO NABL integrated assessment as per ISO 17025. Then we have the food surveillance program. Time to time we conduct surveys. The training and capacity building to train the lab personnel, whether it is online nowadays in the COVID time, it was more online. But before COVID times, we had also practical hands-on training, and then we also conduct the food analyst exam on yearly basis, mainly to provide human resource to the notified labs. And then manuals are also being released. So this is in nutshell about the QA division. Can you go to the next slide quickly? So as I said, we recognize and notify the lab once they clear the NABL ISO 17025, and they have to pass the integrated assessment. Where our requirement is they should have a food analyst. They should have have the scope for food testing, and they should have the NABL. So with this three aspect, we give we notify the lab. Then we also implement the central sector scheme mainly to support the states, in terms of equipment, in terms of grants, in terms of providing some mobile food testing vehicle, which is a part of this CSCSS scheme. And then we also make sure some improved, approved food testing methods are available, which are mainly, being conducted through a reference lab. Then capacity building, trainings, then upgradation of national, food labs. At present, there are two labs, one in Ghaziabad and another one in Kolkata. And then the surveillance, like commodity in 2018, we conducted the milk survey. This year we conducted the oil survey and recently the milk product survey, and then awareness building involving the citizens. Can you take me to the next slide? So this is the key areas of function of QA. Next slide. So as on date, there are three categories of lab. I would say four categories. The primary food testing lab, which is as per section 43. So there are 188 labs that have been notified. Then state food laboratory, there are 58 as per the section 98. Of course, they are also supposed to have the NABL, which is in the process. Some of the state labs have already taken the NABL accreditation. Then we have the referral lab. Referral lab is something which, if there is a contest, if the FBO is not satisfied with the primary lab result, then they can, challenge, and it can be brought to the referral lab, especially in the enforcement sample. And the national reference lab, they are mainly for the method development, validation, for conducting the proficiency testing of other labs. So altogether, those numbers which are reflected on the green are the numbers as on today in the country. And this is mainly through the regulation which was notified in 2018. And as I said before, we go for the integrated assessment of NABL involving EIC APEDA. Next slide. So, in the central sector scheme, we have, given high-end equipment, precision equipments, which can do, precision analysis like pesticide residue analysis, antibiotic residue analysis, heavy metal analysis. So all the safety parameter analysis at the level of parts per billion or parts per million, they have been provided. And we have given such grants to 39 state food testing laboratories in 29 states. Then also, upgradation of referral food testing labs, that also has been given. And then mobile food testing lab, we have given at least one minimum per state. Depending on the state size, we have given 90 food testing, food safety on wheels to 33 states and union territories. Can you go to the next slide? Capacity building, a lot of awareness programs we have done, NABL, then good food laboratory practices we have, conducted so far in 35 programs have been conducted. Over 1,000 participants have participated. Then special trainings also we have given mainly on the on microbiological and other parameters. Then we also, some states where they cannot, use their facility, they can use the private notified lab. So we also have given the incentives to such state so that they can do timely surveillance samples, on time-to-time basis. The school program, as I said, food safety magic box, we have, provided almost 15,000 is the target, and we have, given 1,000 boxes this year. Next slide. Then, National Food Lab, I said in Ghaziabad and Kolkata. Previously, they were called as FRSL and CFL. Now they have all been called as NFL. And we do give, funds for the fixed as well as the recurring cost for testing, consumables, etc. Major and minor equipments have also been provided to such labs. Can you go to the next slide? We also have, food testing panels. The one panel is the method of sampling and analysis. Then we also have made manuals for the methods to the laboratory. So 15, manuals have been approved so far. Then rapid food testing. This is another where we want to, encourage on-field testing using some kits or some good methods which can do, rapid testing. And then also having close collaboration or tie-up with AOAC International. Probably my next speaker, Kaushik, will emphasize on that, on AOAC, and different MOUs and webinars have been conducted as part of the capacity building and also method development. Can you go to the next slide? Food analyst exam, it is mandatory that every notified lab should have a food analyst. So exams have been conducted on yearly basis. This year we could not conduct due to the COVID. So in 2021, we are going to hold an exam. And these are the number of candidates. More than 400 candidates have passed the food analyst exam, and close to more than 250 candidates have passed the junior analyst exam. So to qualify the food analyst, a junior analyst has to have experience of 3 years, and then they are eligible for the food analyst.
So I will, Dr. Jacob, I'll have to just kind of tell you we are going over our time. So I guess,
okay. I think this is my last two slides are left. I'll quickly go through and finish it off. Next slide. ITC FSAM is another, training facility we have created in Mumbai. Then in NFL Ghaziabad itself, we have CMAT in association with Merck, and Food Safety Solution with Thermo Fisher. So main, idea is to give good training, hands-on training as well as, lecture training. These days in COVID times, we conducted online training also from this institutes, and we have academic association with NIFTEM. Next slide. Next slide, please. Again, I have already discussed the DART book, which is available. It can be downloaded free of cost from the website. Food Safety on Wheels, I have already described, and Food Safety Magic Box is already, it's also available on GEM. So any school, if they are interested, they can buy also from the GEM. Next slide. These are some of the glimpses of Food Safety Wheel. We can skip. Next slide. So we have two versions now for the vehicle. Now the advanced version of vehicle will also can test the microbiological testing. So next slide. These are all the newspaper reports of the Food Safety Wheels in different. So as of big picture, we have the central sector scheme, the primary testing, referral lab, reference lab, scientific panel. InfoLnet is a software which connects the lab reports. Every lab is supposed to have InfoLnet, and they need to feed in the data, the result through InfoLnet, and then the method manuals through AOAC, TOTs, guidance documents. So all these things, are available in the website. You can, and if you want any further clarification, you can contact me anytime or anyone in our QA department to get more guidance from them. So thank you very much. Sorry for the initial trouble. I don't know why I am still not seeing the tab, share tab, active in my desktop. But thank you very much. And thanks CII for this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. We'll probably have some questions towards the end of the session. But thank you for giving us an overview of FSSAI and all the work that they're doing in several areas. Thank you so much. We'll get back to you. Anyway.
Thank you, Smita.
I think we have Dr. Kaushik Banerjee. I know he has another program to go to. So I'm just going to call Dr. Banerjee to do his presentation before, and Dr. Palniswamy, we'll just change the order and have you doing the last session, if that's okay with you.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, so I would just like to give a brief introduction of Dr. Kaushik Banerjee. Dr. Kaushik Banerjee is the principal scientist, ICAR National Research Center for Grapes in Pune, and he's the chairman, India Section AOAC International. He's also a fellow of the National Academy of Agricultural Sciences and the Royal Society of Chemistry, FRSC UK. He's the current chairman of the India section of AOAC, like I said, and he's been widely published in peer-reviewed journals. He's a member of the FSSAI scientific panel and working groups on pesticide residues and methods of sampling and analysis. He regularly contributes to the development and implementation of food safety standards in India. His area of research focuses on the development of efficient analysis methods for the sensitive and confirmatory estimation of contaminant residues in agricultural and food matrices, and risk assessment studies for fixation of crop-specific MRNs. Besides, he's also pursuing research on high-resolution mass spectrometry-based plant metabolomics. So welcome, Dr. Banerjee, and we hope to hear from you what's happening with authenticity testing and your insight on food analysis and testing. Welcome,
Yeah.
Dr. Banerjee.
So good afternoon. Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Is it seen? Okay. So
Yes.
nice. So thanks for the introduction, and I'm very happy to be here as a part of this important web conference. So greetings to you all, and as it is mentioned that in this talk, basically, I'm going to present the current perspectives of food authenticity and food fraud, and also briefly outline the techniques of authenticity testing, which are becoming very, very important across the globe. Now, a food is considered authentic when it is in its original and generic form. It should be a genuine material, whatever we are expecting. So whatever is declared as well as represented. So whatever is declared as and represented, we should receive it as such. So when we talk about testing a food item for authenticity, it basically explores if there is an issue of food fraud, whether the material is genuine, material is authentic, or something related to fraud has happened. So if you look at the nature of food fraud, there are basically almost 8 different kinds of food fraud which we regularly encounter in our society. And everything happens as economically motivated adulteration. So there is some economics behind it. People wants to do some business. So first and foremost thing is dilution or substitution. You know that olive oil is frequently adulterated with cheaper grade edible oils. And when we think of extra virgin oil, it is told that all over the world, whatever amount of extra virgin oil is basically produced, much higher quantity is sold in the market. Next is artificial enhancement. For example, pomegranate juice is red color and beetroot juice is also red colored. So it's very easy that the beet juice is mixed with pomegranate, and it's very difficult to identify them separately. Then chili powder is having adulteration with red colored dye, which always created a lot of trouble in our export market. Use of undeclared or unapproved or banned biocides. You might be aware of the formaldehyde issue in fish, which was quite a big issue last year. Removal of authentic constituents. So here, in case of spice industry, it is quite common that we often get information that this black pepper is not having any flavor or any proper taste. Similarly, this ground pepper is mixed with spent material. That means which has already been extracted for various other things. So then when that spice we are going to use, it neither has proper flavor nor has proper taste. Mispresentation of nutritional value. This mainly deals with false claim in nutritional level. Fraudulent labeling is mainly related to organic, halal, or such sort of certification. When we think of certifying something, so it is certified as an organic product, but it is not actually an organic product. Fraudulent formulation, for example, fruit juice may have added sugar, but it is not declared. And you all know what is a counterfeit product. That means it carries a similar looking label of a reputed brand. So what are the major problems when there is a food fraud, when food is not authentic? So first and foremost thing is that it is an economic loss for us. We are paying something a higher premium price for something which is a cheaper grade material. Second point is that naturally we feel being cheated. For any business house, it's a question of loss of reputation, letting customers down, and it eventually causes a financial loss, although it may cause some benefit on a short-term basis. Health risk related to various toxic substances, which could be an acute toxicant. That means the food is consumed and it immediately creates some toxicity symptom. And another possibility is indirect, that means exposure to long-term or chronic toxic substances. So if you examine the food supply chain, you can see that there are so many steps. So in this case, for any fresh commodity or processed commodity, economically motivated adulteration might happen at various stages because it is getting exposed to multiple agencies, multiple steps. So scenario could be quite complicated to manage, and that's a problem across the globe, not only in our country but everywhere. So considering the importance of food authenticity and food fraud, various advanced countries like European Union, United States, even China, they have appropriate databases where they basically inform the customers or consumers about various food fraud incidences, and that probably helps the authority, helps the stakeholders, helps the entire society to deal with the scenario and move towards an ideal direction. So for example, if you look at the USP, US Pharmacopoeia, their database, you will see that these are the 10 major commodities which are very frequently reported for food fraud: milk, extra virgin olive oil, honey, most of the things we are already aware. Similarly, these are the top 10 food ingredient groups which often get exposed to food adulteration. Here you can see the major fraud types and their frequency. So for example, I already said that dilution and substitution is the major sort of food fraud. And the other things mainly include substitution with cheaper material, fraudulent labels, contamination with hazardous substances, and many other things. So for example, in 2015, this Queen's University Belfast Professor Chris Elliott's group, they brought out a comprehensive review which explained the impacts of milk fraud on food safety and nutrition in developing countries. So it has documented several instances of milk adulteration with water, with inferior cheaper materials, and also various hazardous substances which may include melamine, formalin, caustic soda, detergents, etc. Similarly, University of California, Los Angeles reported rampant food fraud in fish. As per this report, when they checked the sushi samples collected from various restaurants in Los Angeles City, they found that almost 47% of the materials were mislabeled. So they were mentioned about particular fish, but it was a different sort of fish. Last year, and this is a case for horse meat scandal, this was a big problem in Europe, and this created a lot of advancement in this food authenticity research. Entire Europe became almost shocked with these incidents. And then a lot of food authenticity and food fraud research initiated in various universities and research organizations. Last year, we came across with the meat scandal in Kolkata, and recent trends show that meat unfit for human consumption is frequently entering into the food chain, which is a very worrisome situation for us. Similarly, sometimes back, the substitution of wild-caught fish with this cheaper grade farm shrimp means when something is wild-caught, it is naturally a premium quality, and when it is replaced by or substituted partially or fully by farmed material, then it is naturally of cheaper grade, and this issue was flagged in some regulatory documents.
Dr. Banerjee, sorry to disturb you. We are again going to be cutting close to our time, so another 5-7 minutes.
That's fine. I will be done. So these are the different technologies. So these include vibrational spectroscopy, mass spectrometry, DNA-based methods, and immunological techniques like ELISA. So vibrational spectroscopy like FTIR, FT-Raman, NIR, these are often used as the non-invasive and non-destructive techniques, and several of such applications are quite widely available for identification of adulteration in edible oil, herbs and spices, etc. And many handheld devices currently we can see in the market, and these are easily field deployable. Here is a case study for oregano, which is adulterated by multiple sorts of materials. As you can see that because of physical similarity, various materials can be mixed with oregano. So one study was conducted by Queen's University. They added these various amounts of olive leaf. So you can see that in this part of this vibrational spectra, this particular band is basically coming from olive leaves. So more the quantity of adulteration or extent of adulteration, there was enhancement in the signal of this band or the intensity of the band. Mass spectrometry is gaining very big significance in combination of GC or HPLC. So basically, mass spectrometry provides a food fingerprint. So it talks about the situation of a food, its freshness, its extent of spoilage, and all such sort of thing. So here I present general workflow. So any sample, when it is injected into the GCMS or LCMS system, then after that a lot of data processing happens, statistical analysis happens, and I can show you one example that here we can do basically three things. One is quantitation, then qualitative analysis, and finally discovery. That means when you do not have any history of contamination or adulteration. So here one example, this is a typical mass spectra. This is a MSMS chromatogram, and if you look at various retention time, you can see that the mass spectral profile is different. So based on that, it is possible to profile the compounds or metabolites present in a particular matrix. So for example, here I have presented the profile of polyphenols in falsa, which is a fruit of Indian origin, and it's an Indian native fruit. So this profile can allow it to differentiate if it is mixed with any other fruit juice, especially juice authenticity can easily be done with such kind of study. So again, if you go to the oregano story, people did a comprehensive study like combining vibrational spectroscopy with mass spectrometry. They could classify various sorts of adulterations. So you can see that in this plot, various color means various sort of plant material which were mixed with oregano. NMR based chemometry is very much getting significance these days. So it's a fruit juice NMR profiling workflow, which is appearing pretty simple, but you need to have an NMR instrument access to it. So here you can see that vibrational with this NMR spectroscopy, it was possible to differentiate orange juice from different countries of origin. So here similarly, one example, when apple juice was mixed with pear, and this pear has a typical compound called arbutin, which is not present in apple. So any presence of arbutin basically indicates that this is contaminated or adulterated with pear juice. So this is an example of what we encountered in the 2019 grape season. So basically what happened, one particular chemical was detected in some of our Indian grape samples, and it was quite a surprise for us because this chemical called metrin is not available in our country. And when we Googled it, we found that this chemical is basically a Chinese medicinal compound, and incidentally it also has insecticidal properties. So when this particular formulation, which was detected for this chemical, when we explored lots of agro inputs to understand what is the source of residue of this chemical in grapes, then we understood that its composition is having only mention of various natural products, some nutrients, but this was present here. So people got the double benefit. So they were getting nutritional supplementation of plant, and also they were getting control of insect. So unknowingly, when they applied, this chemical was detected, and some of our grape samples for export were rejected or faced trouble for us. Similarly, it is possible that
last 2 minutes, sir.
Yeah, I will finish it. Similarly, it is also possible that if something is organic level food, and if you find any metabolite of pesticide, it's possible to say that this is probably, or we can raise a question that can occurrence of pesticide metabolites detected in any so-called organic product indicate illegal practice. For example, phenhexamide is a pesticide. It may not be detected in a grape sample, but if you detect phenhexamide glucoside, that means it indicates history of application of phenhexamide in grape vineyard. AOSC International has a food authenticity methods forum, and they provide priority methodologies for targeted and non-targeted methods. And as I mentioned, that it's a very important collaboration that what probably we can do that FSSA and AOSC International already has a collaboration through a MOU, and through this network, FSSA can certainly take a lot of benefit of implementing such kind of methodologies and such kind of standard method performance requirements, so that finally we can allow entry of appropriate food items in our country. So finally, I must say that authenticity is very important for our country. It indicates a good governance, and we all should work towards to fight food fraud and allow authentic food in our market. So finally, I must acknowledge the contribution of Dr. Indrajit Chatterjee from ICS CIFT, who helped me in compiling some of information. Professor Chris Elliott, who is a very important person in this world for food authenticity research. He provided some of his excellent publications, and Dr. Ninjani Ghosh and CII for this invitation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And I think this thing on food authenticity testing should be a separate topic of discussion in the next CII event all by itself. I think it deserves that kind of attention. Thank you so much. Since we are running short on time, I will now like to invite our last speaker, Dr. Palaniswamy, to come and present. Just a quick introduction on Dr. Sundaram Palaniswamy. He is the Workflow Solution Manager for Merck Life Sciences Private Limited and has more than 17 years of experience working with life science industry as a lead scientist, group leader, and a global marketing manager. He has extensive hands-on experience for characterization of active ingredients using techniques like HPLC, LCMS, GCMS, and electrophoretic platforms. Lots of publications, more than 20 scientific articles which are published in peer-reviewed journals, application notes, technical notes, and posters. He has a master's and PhD in biochemistry. Welcome, Dr. Palaniswamy. Over to you.
Thanks, Smita, and thanks, Dr. Jacob and Dr. Kaushik, for your wonderful insight. In the interest of time, first of all, can you hear me loud and clear?
Yeah, we can hear you. You can just pull it to full screen. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. So, so in the interest of time, without even going into the introduction and the agenda, I'll jump onto my presentation. So on a basic level, what does testing really mean? In almost every case, testing is comparison of an unknown sample with something known, and that something known is nothing but the reference material. And this slide just shows how that both the test method and the quality of the reference materials are fundamental for reliable test results. You really need to trust your analysis, which includes the performance of the instrument, the analytical methods, consumables, as well as the laboratory staff. And these aspects are basically covered in the ISO IEC 17025 accreditation. And also, in order to really trust your results, the quality of the reference material should be calibrated. The quality of the reference material should be, that is used for calibration is crucial. Therefore, also the ISO 17025 demands the use of certified reference material produced by an ISO 17034 accredited manufacturers. In this case, such a material is available. And finally, the reliable reference materials are the fundamental of reliable test results. And for any analytical results to be comparable between the laboratories, it is very, very important to understand the concept of metrological traceability. We heard that by Mrs. Swati Dalal in our inaugural session earlier from Abbott. This means that the measurement can be meaningfully compared across different places at different times by different people and using different equipments. And the measurement results must be related to a reference through a documented and unbroken chain of calibration, which traces back to the SI unit of measurement. And that is what is shown on this slide here. And as a 17025 and 17034 accredited producer of certified reference material, we rely on the National Meteorological Institutes to provide us the primary materials that trace back to the SI system. Just want to spend some time on the slide here on the different quality grades of the reference material. Generally, there are 5 different quality grades of reference material that are currently available in the market. And as this hierarchy pyramid shows, at the top are the primary standards, which are produced by National Meteorological Institutes like the NPL in India. And the next two levels is the certified reference material and reference material. And the ISO requirements plays a very, very important role here. And these ISO requirements include the 17034, 17025, and Guide 31. And reference material producers must meet the ISO requirements to manufacture either the certified reference material or the reference material. And the quality requirements for the last two levels are defined by each individual companies rather than by the national government or the ISO. And the data offered is not sufficient. I mean, example, if you take the reagent grade or the research chemicals, the data offered by these materials are not sufficient to use the product as a reference material, especially for quantitative applications where high accuracy is very, very crucial. So what's the difference between the reference material grades? So when we're looking at various quality parameters, as you can see here, the certified reference material has the highest requirement and must provide the traceability, uncertainty, as well as the proven stability and homogeneity. The pharma secondary are a special case, and I'm not going to go through that now. The reference material grade compared to the CRM does not require a traceability or uncertainty, but must have a proven stability and homogeneity. Since the certification effort is not much less than the CRM, we don't use this grade very often in our company. The analytical standards grade offer reliable identity and conformity and confirmation usually comes from chromatographic purity value. As already mentioned, the 17025 accredited labs must use a CRM if one is available. So reference material producers also perform their measurement under the ISO 17025, but in addition, they also need an ISO 17034 accreditation, which is specific for the reference material producers. So let me quickly go to the next slide. And in the interest of time, I'm going to skip the next two slides, which is basically talking about the certificate of analysis that comes through the CRMs as well as what is the difference between the COA of reference material versus the analytical standards, what you see on the right. So which grade of reference material types should we use for each of these test types? Well, this chart here explains the to answer that question. Basically, for all the instrument qualification and calibration, they might be annual qualification or routine calibration. Higher order and compendial standards are most useful here to provide traceability as well as the proof that the instrument is performing accurately. They give us traceability that that's required for higher order standards as well as the SI units, which are required by ISO 17025. And the CRM must also provide the necessary traceability and uncertainty needs for these types of tests. Coming to routine calibration and system suitability, one can use the higher order standards, but it may be not. It may be more practical to use a certified reference material. So a reference material or the analytical standards could be used if it's suitably qualified for a specific test. For any non-quantitative test, especially the reference material or the analytical standards may be more than adequate. Method validation, coming to the method validation, this is very, very crucial aspect of testing. And in this process, you prove that your method is precise and accurate. So it's really important to use a CRM or a higher order standard to establish the method validity, and reference materials are used where CRMs are not available for method validation. Identity, these are basically, these require authentic substance for comparison, and a laboratory could use any of the quality grade method is listed here. Assays, yes, this is a quantitative test, therefore it is important to ensure a primary standard, certified reference material or qualified reference material to be used. For identity and routine quality control, one can use the higher order material, but sometimes it is practical and acceptable to use the certified reference materials and reference materials or qualified analytical standards. A laboratory has to qualify them before they use in the target applications. The take-home message here on the slide is a fit-for-purpose decision in the standard selection can be dependent on several factors, including the regulatory requirement, availability, type of testing, type of application, as well as level of accuracy, as well as the sample matrix. for the quality test, we basically employed two approaches to determine the mass fraction of an organic compound. Again, in the interest of time, I'm not going to go deep into it. First one is the quantitative NMR or the QNMR, and the second one is the mass balance method. And this this is the method that we use for the reference material certification in our company. So using this method, what I showed in the previous slide, we have certified several hundreds of analytes for so far, and I'm showing here the reference material, the certified reference material of bisphenol A, which is one of the food contact material carrying a lot of attention as a potential migrant from the packing materials into the food. So we can provide a very reliable and traceable certified reference material to perform this test for BPA, but there are also hundreds of compounds regulated for use in the FCM and is not feasible to offer the CRM for all the compounds. And as you can see that, we cover a considerable part of this compound as the analytical standards and certified reference material, but never cover the entire range. And if we include the potential non-intentionally added substance or the NIAS, the number of potential migrants become even higher. So usually not all of these compounds can be tested by targeted analysis, and it's important to have an effective non-targeted method to detect any such migrants into the food. We also developed the extractables and leachables mixes in collaboration with our own internal service lab. Currently, we offer two system suitability certified reference mixes. One is specific for the liquid chromatography and one for the gas chromatography extractables. And many of these compounds here are regulated for food contact materials. So these mixes are equally feasible to test any non-targeted method for the food contact material testing. So how do you find these products? So one option is to use the search function on the sigmaaldrich.com and refine the search, especially if you know what you're looking for. And alternately, you can browse the reference material products by visiting the landing page, sigmaaldrich.com/standards, where all the product groups are listed. And here you can find segment-specific web page for food, pharma, as well as environmental testing. On the food reference material page, you can also find a link to the food contact material landing page. And the food contact material reference material page can also be accessed directly by using the short link sigmaaldrich.com/FCM. And this page contains the links to extractables and leachables and other several relevant compound classes like the phthalates, the NOJ and badge, the nitrosamines, as well as selected regulations of FCM. So although this talk was geared, was focused more towards the reference material, I would also like to mention that we also offer a whole range of high quality consumables for your analytical workflows under the Superco brand, ranging from the products for sample preparation like the SPE to solvents, analytical reagents, TLC plates, or chromatographic columns. And I think this is my last slide. And also I'd like to highlight the Analytics Reporter magazine. If you would like to keep up to date about any new products addition, regulations, or a lot of useful applications, I would like to recommend you to subscribe to this magazine, which is issued every quarter, and it's available to download, as a PDF, or you can also request a printed version. So I think with that, I've reached the end of my presentation. In fact, I was able to delete, some of my slides to keep the time here. So thank you for the opportunity to present at the CII event, and thanks everyone for your interest and for your attention. And I'll be available to answer any questions during the Q&A session. And over to you,
Thank you, Dr. Palaniswamy. You've just made my task easier by just finishing it and giving me 10 minutes for any Q&A from the audience. I'm not sure if there are any questions in the chat box or in the Q&A box, but I'd like to ask you, Dr. Palaniswamy, just one quick question. Can you elaborate on the quantitative approaches for reference material certification?
Can you elaborate on the quantitative approaches? That's what your question, right?
Yeah.
Smita, that was something that I had a slide about it, but I couldn't really go through it because of the lack of time. So basically, we are employing two approaches to determine the mass fraction of an organic compound. So one of them is the quantitative NMR. So in the quantitative NMR, the intensity of the particular signal is only dependent on the hydrogen atom contributing to it. So no matter how the rest of the molecule looks. So it is one of the very few quantitative analytical techniques that don't need a compound from the same entity for calibration, but a different organic molecule can be tested. Therefore, we can perform the traceability measurements from basically every organic molecule using only a few primary materials from from meteorological institutes like the NIST. There's also another approach, the so-called the mass balance method, where we are quantifying all the potential impurities using the SI traceable measurements, and then calculate the main component by subtracting the impurities from 100%. So that's how we do it in our company, Smita.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Banerjee, I have one question for you. There are a lot of handheld devices for authenticity testing. How good are they?
Yeah.
Dr. Banerjee, can you hear me?
Yeah. There are certain handheld devices which we find, but one problem is that sometimes we just adopt it by taking it from another country. So in FSSAI also we have in our scientific panel, we decided that first thing is that it has to be appropriately validated. Then next thing is that they basically work based on certain machine learning. That means it has to be fed with certain genuine materials profile. So then only it will be able to identify the adulteration appropriately. Unless it is validated in our own country with our own material, own varieties, then it will be difficult to predict its success or failure. And another point is that sometimes its sensitivity or limit of detection for identification of a fraud is little bit not that much sensitive. Sometimes mostly it is in percentage. For example, we had a handheld Raman device which was able to detect adulteration in edible oil when some adulteration happened at around 15% or more. But below 15% adulteration was not possible to identify. So such sort of things are there, which are limitations.
Okay.
But it's a very good thing for our country because you can take it to the field, you can use it at customer level, at food outlets.
At least you have some basic information, if not.
Example.
Yeah. So just a quick question. I think either you or Dr. Palaniswamy can answer. There is a question that asks, since food authenticity testing is very important. No, I think this is addressed to Dr. Jacob. But before that, there is one for you and Dr. Palaniswamy. Are there any reference materials for food authenticity testing? Certified reference materials or reference materials, are they something like that? That's a question in the chat box I see.
I think, of course, Dr. Palaniswamy can say that we also use some of the materials from their organization because not too many things are available, but I think certain things are definitely available. Let him tell that.
Yeah, I mean, I just showed Smita the reference material landing page where there is a page for FNB. Again, you can actually deep dive into different aspects of food authenticity. Whether it is FCM, whether it is some added food fraud items and other things. So we do have several reference material under these categories, which are certified reference, which are qualified certified reference materials, so that it can provide you with the correct authenticity to test your food. I'm not. If I start naming, it will be too much here. But we do have hundreds of them. And for more details, I would encourage the one who asked the question to please visit the sigmaoutreach.com/ CRMs or reference material, and they can find a wealth of information.
Okay, thank you. And I think Dr. Jacob, there is a question for you. Dr. Banerjee also talked about recent scandals that we found with food authenticity, even in India. So since it's such an important topic, how does FSSAI plan to address the fraudulent products, the counterfeit products, the food authenticity? Dr. Jacob, can you hear me? Dr. Jacob, you're on mute probably.
Are you able to hear me?
Yeah. Yes.
First of all, we need to understand what the authenticity means. It's you are verifying the food with respect to its composition, with respect to its purity, with respect to its origin, and also sometimes with respect to its production, in case if it is geographical tagging or things like that. And so especially in cases of economic fraud, when you are mixing two species, the food is same. There is no question of adulteration, but inferior quality, say for instance, basmati, the real basmati is mixed with a long grained rice. Or if the manufacturer is claiming that this is Ratnagiri Alfonso, but it might be an Alfonso from maybe from Gujarat or from not from Ratnagiri, but from some other places, which defines the origin. So there exactly, the challenge is we should have some high sophisticated instruments, and like NMR is one good solution, where you can, you have to generate a library doing n number of analysis of similar products of that particular region, and create the library, and then eventually when some new product is shown, then you have to see whether it is meeting the spectral match against that particular library, and then you can define whether it is authentic or not. So in that way, and apart from that, the other frauds, especially adulteration fraud, not the economic one, but something purposeful. You're adding some additives, so those can also be checked out with this process.
Okay. I think we are almost at the end of time, and I think there was just one last question for Dr. Banerjee. How does one calibrate handheld devices? That was a question. There's a lot of interest in these handheld devices.
Yeah. So same thing I already covered a little bit, that you need to understand that what for that handheld device is to be used. So if we define the objective, then accordingly we have to collect a lot of samples, and they have to be analyzed by certain conventional technique, which is already a validated technique. For example, AOSC method or such sort of methods, a standard method or official method. So, and then you compare with that, and then develop a sort of database or library. So what happens in case of NIR, for example, when we talk about checking material for protein, carbohydrate, fat, and such sort of thing. Similarly, when you think of checking species level identity, or differentiating two mixed material of maybe same species, but or same material but two different species, or two different varieties, of 5-6 different varieties, then we need to know what are the unique profile of those individual things. So if we know that, and then you do some R&D, like you add, I showed you that vibrational spectra for that when olive leaf was mixed with oregano. So but then you get a profile, and then if something unknown is there, we can even say that to what extent that adulteration has happened. But it requires a lot of sample analysis, so it has to be trained, machine trained, such a thing.
So the machine has to learn literally to identify it. Yes.
So if we do some genuine and a lot of comprehensive sort of study, then it's possible to predict with reasonable accuracy. And if something is detected, then you go for a more accurate technique like mass spectrometry, NMR, etc.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Banerjee. I think next year probably we'll see a full session only on this.
Yeah, it should happen.
So yes, I do hope CII takes that into account. Thank you so much. There are no further questions, I think, and we've almost come to the end of the time. So I'm sorry to rush all of you through this session, but thank you very much. And it was a pleasure speaking to all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
Yeah, I would request, thanks a lot. I would request chairperson and all the panelists to keep the video on and request CII IT team to take a digital photograph, please. Switch on your video, keep your video on. Yes. That's fine.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson and the panelists for such an interesting technical session. And I would also like to thank our partner who have supported in organizing this event. The principal sponsor for our summit are Amway, Cargill, Herbalife Nutrition, ITC, Merck, Mondelez, Nestle, and associate partners include Abbott, DuPont, Hexagon Nutrition, Sugar Free. Our corporate sponsors, Ball, Danone, FSSC 22000, Indifos, Kellogg's, Marico, and Patanjali. Once again, I would like to thank you, all the esteemed experts. And please join us for our next session, which is on innovative food contact materials with focus on recycled packaging and risk mitigation. Thank you very much and have a very nice evening. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Radha.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Bye.
Yeah, thank you.
Bye.
Food packaging material and their safety regulation.
Okay. So you have sent me the program, is it?
Yes, sir. I have shared you the 15 FSQR. I have sent you that sheet. I just now also forwarded it, sir. Sir, 15 FSQR V for 45.
Just this way.
I have just now also forwarded you that.
The program.
Program sheet, sir. It's written 15 FSQR Summit. One PDF file is there.
Okay. Do you have my mobile number? You do. Can you just forward me on a WhatsApp? Actually, there's something gone wrong with my mouse. I'm struggling with the mouse of this laptop. Let me check.
Otherwise, sir, you can note down.
Got it. Just wait. I got it. 15 QR Summit.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Yeah, got it. Just give me a second. Let me see how to print it now. So I'm just
Sir, Alok Dhawan, sir, any help required?
Oh, I'm good now, almost.
ठीक है sir.
Just give me
sir,
half a minute.
हाँ ठीक है sir.
Give me half a minute. So now I have a presentation which says FSSAI perspective is Mr. Harish and then
No, he's not there, sir. He's not there. He's not there.
So I'll strike him out.
So
we start with food packaging material, Dr. Baldev Raj, then Dr.
Baldev
Gaurav
Raj.
Madhu,
Exactly,
then
sir.
Dr. Lionel Spark, and then Mr. Manoj Mishra.
Manoj Mishra, exactly, sir. This is the order we'll follow. And
Perfect.
yes, sir. And sir, initially I will introduce you. I will read your bio, and then I will hand it over to you.
Don't read
sir.
it, please. Be brief, please. Don't embarrass me.
And then, sir, then you can share about the other panelists, their bios.
Sure. Okay. Do you want to start now?
Just 2 minutes, sir. Just now,
Sure.
4:30, just about to do.
Okay, perfect.
So, Mr. Dhruv Sehgal, you please let us know when we can start.
So we may start if all the panelists are ready.
Hi, yes, sir. Sir, are we ready, sir? Alok Dhawan, sir?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, Baldev Raj, sir, are you ready?
I have put mute on and video is on, but I'm not seeing my picture there.
Yeah, I think it is showing that your bandwidth is low. This is what it is showing right now.
No, sir, sir, in order to save the bandwidth, when we are not speaking, we can keep the video switch off. So
Sure.
that would be better, so that we will not have any issue.
Yeah.
Okay, and Manoj Mishra, sir, are we ready?
Yes, I am ready. Thank you.
Yes. So, Mr. Dhruv, can we start? We are ready now.
Yes, sir. We may go ahead, please.
Should I start?
Yes, please.
Yes. Good afternoon to all. Respected chairperson, distinguished panelists, delegates, partners, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the technical session on innovative food contact material with focus on recycled packaging material and risk mitigation. I have the pleasure in inviting chairperson and moderator, Professor Dr. Alok Dhawan, for setting the contest and moderating the session. Professor Alok Dhawan is currently Director, Center for Biomedical Research, Lucknow. Previously, he has served as Director, CSIR, Indian Institute of Toxicology Research, Lucknow, an outstanding Professor, Biological Sciences, Academy of Scientific and Innovative Research, New Delhi. He also served as Director, Additional Charge, CSIR, Central Drug Research Institute, Lucknow. He was the founding Director, Institute of Life Sciences, and Dean, Planning and Development, Ahmedabad University, Gujarat. He has played an important role in building institutions of excellence in higher education and national laboratories across the country. He has obtained his PhD degree in biochemistry from University of Lucknow, India. He has visited several countries, both for conducting research as well as to deliver lecture at scientific meetings. As the mission director, he has steered a CSIR mission mode program on food and consumer safety solution involving several CSR institutes to provide technological solution from farm to fork, apart from national reference and referral centers of the FSSAI. Professor Dhawan has won several honors and awards. He has to his credit more than 150 publications, 20 review books, 7 patents, 6 copyright, and has edited 9 books. So now I would like to hand over to Professor Dr. Alok Dhawan to take over. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Sam, for this rather generous introduction. I think I must compliment CII, FACE, as well as FSSAI for conducting such a wonderful session on innovative food contact materials with focus on recycled packaging. I think most of you are aware that the packaging material in general, once used in food, cannot be reused again. It has to be a native material by and large. So I think there's been a lot of thought going around that is it possible to reuse the material? If so, what will be the conditions under which reuse can happen? Or can we get materials that are good for food, yet they are biodegradable, and can we reduce the burden of these food packaging materials in the environment? And now that we are seeing a lot of risk of these food contact materials, I think we also need to understand what the impact that it has not only on humans but also on the environment. So I think without taking much time, I think we have a very distinguished panel today. And the first speaker of that panel is Dr. Baldev Raj. He is the scientific panel member in packaging of FSSAI. And he was the senior principal scientist of food packaging technology at the CSIR CFTRI Institute at Mysuru. He has a very distinguished career. He did his PhD in polymer science and technology from the University of Mysore, and was also the NABL assessor, which is under the DST. He has experience in pharmaceutical analysis as well as 35 years of experience in food packaging technology. He's guided several students for their PhD, masters, and BE. And the R&D activities in which he has specialized during his career are designing unit functional packages for food product, prediction and estimation of shelf life of different packaged foods, quality assurance, safety evaluation of plastics in food contact applications, so forth. And his major achievements mentioned here are that he was instrumental in drafting a BIS specification on determination of overall migration of constituents of plastic materials and articles intended to come in contact with foodstuffs, method of analysis, and also development of simple and instrumental methods for detection and quantification of color migration. He has to his credit a patent, more than 40 research articles and book chapters. So it is my great pleasure and honor to request a colleague of CSIR to give his talk today and enlighten us on food packaging material and their safety regulations. So over to you, Dr. Baldev Raj.
Thank you, sir. Am I being heard properly?
Yes, we can hear you. So if you just project your slides in full screen mode, and then we'll be able to confirm video as well.
I think camera is unable to connect.
Yeah, but the slide seems to be projecting, so I think it should be fine.
Okay, let the slide come, then I will start.
Yeah, it's up there, so you can begin.
Yeah, I think he himself will be changing because from here I can't change my slides.
You can just say next slide and they'll change.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Here, Dr. Devraj, retired scientist from CFTRI. My
you have
topic
approximately 15 minutes or so, Dr. Baldevraj.
Yeah, food packaging materials and their safety regulations. Next, please. Next. As you know, different types of packaging materials used in food packaging are basically plastics today, polyethylene, polypropylene, PET, PVC, and many others. Next, please. And plastic used in food packaging are basically polyethylene, polypropylene, polyethylene terephthalate, polyamides, polyvinyl chloride, polystyrene, acrylamide, acrylic acid, methacrylic acid, polycarbonate. Next. It's taking time, I think, in that way. Next. And you can see in this picture itself that the polyethylene-based containers are being used for different food products. Next, please. Similarly, polypropylenes for different types of dairy products and other food products you can see in the pictures. I need not to explain everything. Next, please. These are different polyolefins, polypropylene and polyethylene based materials used for different packaging applications. Next. These are polystyrene based, which are used for disposable materials, basically because they do not have good properties for the packaging applications. So as a plate, spoons, glasses, etc., they are being used. Next, please. These are polycarbonates, which are specially used for infant feeding bottles, mugs, jugs, beakers, microwave oven, ware and storage containers. Next. These are PET-based containers, which are used basically for water, oil, beer, etc. And as a laminates with the polyethylene and other things, which are shown here. Next. These are not only the plain polymeric materials, they are also used as a laminate and co-extrudent films in different formats. I have shown one by one everything, where basically PET will be outside, aluminum foil, LD, metallized PET, PE, metallized PET, HD, LD, paper-based, aluminum foil-based, and PET LD, and various type of different laminates depending upon the requirement in the food packaging are shown here. Next, please. These are the different laminates, as I showed you, their application in food packaging, basically for oils. Different types of packages are shown here. Next, please. These are for basically dairy products. Again, most of the laminates and PP containers. Next. So now basically all these plastics, to recognize them, they have been given some internationally some number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 shown in the picture, like PP is 5, LD is 4, PVC is 3, 2 is HD and 1 is PET. Next slide, please. Similarly, polystyrene and other materials are also given their number just for the identification for the layman. And the triangle shows that they are all recyclable. Next, please. Now, whether chemicals in the plastic wrapper or on your food products, they leach out or not, or whether it is safer to buy your yogurt in a plastic pot or in a glass jar with a plastic lid. That's what we have to consider today and describe a little more in detail. Next, please. Basically, when a product is packed in a packaging material, what can happen? You see this packaging material protects it from the mechanical stresses, from light, it maintains the hygiene, it prevents the moisture coming in or gases going out, flavor going out and coming in, and active packaging inside, scalping where it absorbs the flavor of the food component, and the migration of some chemical adhesive do take place. Next, please. Taking too much time. So basically, potential migrants are glass, where silicates, heavy metals, in plastic, plasticizers, monomers, and different types of other additives, paper, additives, and fillers, in metal, aluminum, tin, acid content, etc. are there. Next, please. In plastics, basically, they are basic polymers, but they also contain non-polymeric component. And to process them, we also add processing aids and use additives. So we get the required properties manifested from them. They are possible that they can migrate to the food products. So plastic food packaging materials shall be manufactured according to good manufacturing practices. Next, please. So other adhesives are also used in laminates, and solvent-based polymeric materials are also there, where solvents should be left inside. Next, please. Similarly, catalyst remnants, oligomers, polymerization solvent, catalyst decomposition agent during the manufacturing, and various monomers from where polymer is made, that is a vinyl chloride, caprolactam, acrylonitrile, etc., are also possible migrants. Next, please. You can go to next again. So additives plays a vital role both in the process that the performance of the polymer materials. So additives for transformation are used, modifying mechanical properties are used, anti-aging additives are used, modifying surface properties are used, modifying optical properties are used, and foaming additives, where whatever the requirement is there, they are used as a chemicals. Next, please. So under the foreseeable condition of use, we don't want that any additive should migrate to the food product. So there is a no deteriorative or unacceptable changes in the native substance or the quality of food. Hence, there is a need of regulations for the food packaging materials and the safety evolution with respect to the steaming, proper and safe use of polymers, prevent indiscriminate and misuse, guard food hygiene and minimum health hazards. Next. So material and article, they should not endanger human health, and they should not give any unacceptable changes to the food product, and there should not be deterioration in the organoleptic quality of the material to follow as a good manufacturing practice. Next, please. For the safety auditing, the additives can be contained in a food package material at the absolute minimum required to accomplish the intended physical or technical effect for the material to follow good manufacturing practices. Next. So there is a need for the regulations for the plastics in the food packaging material. Basically, they should comply with the overall migration limits, specific migration limits, and maximum legitimate residual content of the monomers and consideration of actual applied conditions with respect to time and temperature combinations. Next, please. So different countries have given their standards to evaluate the plastic packaging materials, like European countries, Bureau of Indian Standard, US FDA. Basically, their methodology remains almost same, except with little bit change in the test conditions of time and temperature. Here you can see for different time and temperature conditions, we have given a set of experimentation for the migration purposes and what type of simulant should be selected for the food packaging applications. Next, another 2 slides, you can go ahead further, faster. Here also for different time, temperature condition, different conditions have been given. Next, please. Further, next, please. Now, during the methodology for finished container, which could be a bigger container or very large container, or it could be single homogeneous material, we need to test about 1000 square centimeter surface area to be exposed to the food simulant with the 1:2 ratio to get the migration taking place from the plastic materials. Next, please. Similarly, there are closures, sealing gaskets, material already intended to come into repeated use. They are also tested in one or the other way. Next. So in that way, as per USFDA, they also give some other type of testing, like for polyolefins materials, like extraction in xylene and hexane, for nylon, water, 90% ethanol, ethyl acetate, benzene, etc. And for polyester, distilled water, 50% ethanol, anaptane. They are the simulant to be used. And for different materials, different limits have been given for the overall migrations. Next, please. Similarly, BS and EEC has also given their limits have been prescribed at 60 milligram per liter or 10 milligram per decimeter square as per the BIS and EEC, and 0.5 milligram per square inch and 50 ppm as per US FDA. Next, please. So if the overall migration is well within the limit, is there any need to go further compliance? we would say yes, we have to check the specific migration also. If it's a colorant materials, we have to check whether color is migrating out or not. Next, please. Next slide. This is for the color migration. Even though migration values are well within the limit, it should not show visible appearance of the color into the food product or into the food simulant. Next, please. And the colorant juice will have, most of them will have some metals in them. So for them, specific limits have been given. We have to use only those colorants which comply for the specific migration of these particular additives. Next, please. We can go to next. Similarly, for any plastic materials where our catalyst and other processing aids are used, we find there are a lot of metallic things used during the processing. So aluminum, barium, cobalt, copper, lithium, magnesium, they all should be migrating in a specific limits which have been shown in this slide. Next, please. So in Indian stations, we have formulated our standards, which have been basically borrowed. Basically, no systematic studies have been done. No standards for the material like polylactic acid, biodegradable material, multi-layer films, use of nanomaterials in the packaging and safety, recycled materials, which need to be evaluated, and there's a need to set up the standards in our country. Next, please. You can see these different types of plastic containers being used for water collection, but there are no standards for this. They are just being used. Next, please. Similarly, you will also see these straws used for drinking different type of juices or even for coconut water. They are also many times recycled and dirty colors are being used. There is no standard on this also. Next, please. And safety issues of few lakh people, we have to take care. Our Prime Minister, PM Modi's vision to make difference to the large population, we have to take care. That's why standards are very necessary. Next, please. You can see even for pizza, paperboard containers are being used, papers are being used. Whether they are as per the food standards or not, there is a need to put up the standards for that. Next, please. You can go ahead next. Similarly, for different packaging materials, if there is any specific constituent which has to be analyzed, has been given in this particular slide. This is given by European countries where specific migration limits are given for different additives. It is necessary to check them also. You can go ahead another 1 or 2 slides one by one immediately. I cannot read everything here, but different chemical constituents are given and their limits are given. Next, please. Again, next, same way for different materials. Again, limits are given. Again, next, please. Yeah, further you go ahead. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is again for specific migration for monomers. VCM limit is given 1 ppm in plastics and 10 ppb in foodstuffs. For styrene, it is given 0.3% and malic anhydride 0.1%. And by different countries, little bit variation in the limits have been given and they have been specified here. Next, please. Now, these are different standards. We can go ahead further where limits have been prescribed for specific as well as overall. And now in recent time, there has been a bisphenol problem into the polycarbonate and coated tin cans. Next, please. You can see this monomer used in polycarbonate and epoxy resins into the cans, where there is a possibility that BPA is a toxic component and it can migrate out, where there is no specification in our country at present. And limit is 3 milligram per kg of food or food simulant. Next, please. See, some studies are being done on polycarbonate materials to see that the BPA does migrate. Next, please. Yeah, we can go ahead next. These are different studies. I need not to read them. Next, please. Yeah, here some limits are given that BPA should be 0.05 mg per kg of body weight. Next, please. We can go to the next. So this is how we have to be safe, especially for children or for ourselves. Next, please. So there are all limitations are given that have been described here also in the same way. Next, please. Similarly, for printing ink, there are some components like isopropyl thioxanthone, which is a toxic component that can come out. For that also threshold limit has been given. Next, please. So for printing, we have to see that though it is printed outside, it should not pass through the material to the product. That's what we have to take care. Next, please. Now, my remaining slides are describing the different specifications used in our country and in other countries. These are basically Indian standards for different types of materials. Please carry on further. You go on moving now. There's no need to wait because they are all specifications used for different packaging materials. Further, please. Next, please. Next, you can go ahead. All these specifications. Again, these specifications. These are European community, and these are product-wise specifications given for what packaging material should be used and how it should be safer for food packaging applications. Next, please.
Mr. Dr. Baldevraj, can you wind up now?
Yeah, now I think it is. I want to thank you with all this because movement is little slow. That's why little time. It took more time, and I thank you very much for having patience listening to me. Thank you very much.
Alok Dhawan sir, you are under mute. Just unmute it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm saying that we have a Q&A session at the end, so we'll perhaps take the questions at the end. And I'll also request the participants, if they have any questions, please put them in the chat box or the Q&A, and we'll take those up as well. We'll move on to the next speaker of the day, Dr. Gaurav Madhu. He is the Joint Director and Regional Head of the Indian Institute of Packaging, Hyderabad. He'll be talking on risk analysis and mitigation in smart food packaging. And again, he is one of the distinguished faculty that we have today. He has almost 18 years of experience in the field of chemical engineering, paper technology, polymer engineering, and packaging. And he has spent 8 years in MNCs, 9 years in teaching, research, and admin. And he did his PhD in Department of Chemical Engineering from Thapar University, Patiala, Punjab. And he has a master's in polymers from the Department of Chemical Engineering in Punjab University, Chandigarh. And he basically, in his research activity, established biodegradability testing laboratory in IIP Mumbai, Hyderabad, and Delhi. And he's published various research papers in national and international journals. And also attended several training courses, which will allow him to get acquainted with the auditing systems as well as on the certification of packaging of dangerous goods, etc. So I think we'd love to hear from him as to where we are headed to in terms of smart food packaging, as well as how we assess the risk of these packaging materials. So over to you, Dr. Madhu.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Dhawan. It's an honor for me to speak on this dais. First of all, I would like to thank our director, Dr. Tanveer Alam, and the Ministry of Commerce and Industry So, hello, good afternoon, sir. Yeah, sorry for the interruption. Actually, our director sir was calling me. So first of all, I would like to thank our Ministry of Commerce and Industry and Dr. Tarmeen Alam, our director, as well as the CII and FSSI for taking this initiative further. So without taking much time, I will share my presentation here. Yeah. So here the topic is risk analysis and mitigation in smart food packaging. So first of all, we need to understand what the packaging is. Actually, the packaging is the science, art, and technology of enclosing or protecting products for distribution, storage, sale, and use. And in other words, it can be described as a coordinated system of preparing goods for transport, warehousing, logistics, sales, and end use. Now, coming to the smart packaging, what actually the structure is. Interacting elements of smart food packaging technologies are nowadays the smart structure, which encompasses the sensor, the control algorithm, the control hardware, structural membranes, and the actuators. So in this era where electronics is taking lead, it is also being used in packaging in several other forms, like I have shown in this. So what are the innovations in packaging? Say smart food packaging. Sensors collect the information on the changes in condition, history, or the environment. Control algorithm will define the way the sensed change is to be corrected as desired, and the hardware will support the commands generated by the algorithm software. And finally, the actuators will work in such a way so as to bring in the desired correction. The structure incorporates arrays of sensors and actuators in it, and together with control hardware allows it to perform the primary function. Now here we can see what is a smart product as well as smart packaging. If we talk about the smart product, then it has an open sensor, barcode for tracking and tracing, then warranty activation, product authentication tag, which encompasses the barcode. Maybe it is genuine or counterfeited, we can show that. And the packaging part, the digital record on the product on the internet, then temperature sensor, best before, check label, and then assess real-time offers, reordering action, and QR code, or we can say the smart label. So actually, the smart packaging also encompasses these all factor, which collects the aseptic packaging. That means the smart structure, modified atmosphere packaging, active packaging, temperature control packaging, biodegradable and compostable packaging, and edible packaging. So here I would like to also thank Dr. Baldev Raj for enlighten us with the packaging basics. What are the plastics and what all are the risks associated with the migration, overall migration, and the specific migration of several components of polymeric material as well as the reacting, the associated material. Now, first of all, what is aseptic packaging? Here, the filling of a commercially sterilized product into sterilized container under aseptic conditions and then sealing it hermetically to prevent contamination. Now, what are the risks associated with it? Risks are, there are three methods. First is irradiation, second is heat, and third is chemical treatment. Now, the risk associated with this is maybe we can irradiate in a high dosage, or we can give a high heat bigger than the temperature which is required, or the chemical treatment such as hydrogen peroxide, ethylene oxide, and peracetic acid. If the chemical treatment, if the chemical used are high in the quantity which is permitted, then risk is associated with aseptic packaging also, and modified atmosphere packaging. So here the modified atmospheric packaging, now it can be achieved actively or passively. Here the gases or the gas combination used are nitrogen, just give me a minute. Hello, lecture ले रहा हूँ. So here several gases are used to modify the atmosphere: carbon dioxide, nitrogen, and oxygen. Now here the risk associated with these are, if the gas combination is not used in a proper ratio, then there is a risk associated with the modified atmosphere packaging also. Then comes the active packaging, in which oxygen scavengers, moisture absorbers, antimicrobial agents, ethylene scavengers, flavor or odor absorbers, and temperature control packaging are used. Now here active sheets are also being used, which is an innovative and active dryer sheet of paper made from edible organic extracts that can be placed under the produce where it is stored. So these inhibit the growth of bacteria, fungi, and the like, making the food last long, keep produce fresh for 2 to 4 times longer. But here again the risk associated is migration of the specific components of sulfates and chlorates which are used to make the craft paper. Then oxygen scavenger, here we can see the sachet are being used. Here we can see the sachet are being used, which are made up of iron. So metallic or non-metallic oxygen scavengers are used. But metallic scavengers are being risky because it contains iron, and iron should not be migrated into the food product from the food packaging component. For that, the new advancement is that here you can see the iron sachet is impregnated in between the two layers to mitigate the risk. Then moisture absorber, here several salts of plastics or other components are being used, such as polyacrylic salts are there, carboxymethyl cellulose are there, and then starch copolymers are being used for as a absorbent polymer. But again the moisture absorbers have, again there is a risk for higher quantity of these to be migrated to the products. Then antimicrobial agent releasers are there, which are basically the pediosine, organic acids, grapefruit seed extract, cinnamon, and horseradish. Now these are natural substances, therefore the risk associated with them is very less. So again there are ethylene scavengers which can enhance the shelf life, but again the risk associated with this is the migration of potassium permanganate or some other clays, zeolites, coral, ceramics, etc. Then flavor and odor absorbers, which are basically the synthetic aluminosilicate zeolite and having a porous structure, and especially paper. It is used in especially paper to absorb the odorous gases such as aldehyde. Again, the risk associated with this is the migration. Then temperature controlled packages, where we use basically the quick lime for exothermic reaction when we want to heat the product very quickly, and we use the endothermic reaction to cool the product by itself. Now again, biodegradable and compostable food packaging, as Dr. Baldevraj was also mentioning, that there are very minimal or no standard associated with the most of the biodegradable and compostable food packaging. However, there are some standards which specify that how it should biodegrade and in what extent it should biodegrade. But what is the regulation, means how much quantity of the biodegradable material should be added into the packaging material, it is not existing by and large. So here we can use polylactic acid, or we can use other biodegradable or naturally occurring material to produce the biodegradable and compostable packaging. Edible packaging is also being used. Edible packaging, it is defined as the thin layer of edible material formed on a food as a coating or placed on or between food components. These are the natural polymers comprising of polysaccharides such as starches and hydrocolloids, proteins such as whey proteins, soya proteins, and fish proteins, and other lipids have been used because these are very, very natural substances. So these have a minimal risk to be migrated. But if some wax type material is used or some other kind of material such as, other than these materials are used, then again, there is a risk for risk from taking the food component. So thank you for the patience and attention. So now I would like to take some of the questions from the audiences.
Thanks very much, Dr. Madhu. I think there is a session separately on Q&A, and I think we'll take it at the end of the session.
Okay, sure, sir.
Okay. So that way we'll also ensure all the speakers are present towards the end.
Right, sir.
Light or not, yeah. So I will move to the next speaker, Dr. Lionel Spark, who's a senior expert, food contact, Nestle India, and Nestle Institute of Packaging Sciences, Switzerland. He would be talking to us on advances in analysis and testing of food contact materials. He graduated in chemistry in 1989 and then a master's in environmental sciences in 1991. He has a PhD in analytical chemistry in the field of ecotoxicology at the Swiss Federal Polytechnic School of Lausanne. Scientific collaborator within the Swiss Federal Polytechnic School of Lausanne during 4 years. He joined in 2008 and is working there on packaging safety and compliance. From 2007 to 2010, he moved to Nestle Switzerland for implementation of packaging strategy of the Nestle Group. And 2011, back to Nestle Research Center. And from 14 to 20, he is the senior packaging safety and compliance expert for the European zone. Since May 2020, he is senior expert safety and compliance for food contact materials at corporate operations and quality management. I welcome Dr. Lionel Spark for his talk, and we are very grateful to him indeed for sparing his time to be with us. We look forward to his talk, advances in analysis and testing of food contact material. Over to you, Dr. Lionel, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me? I think yes. I don't know.
Yes. Yeah, you can go ahead with your presentation. So that should be good.
Yes, but just somebody has to give me the allowance to share.
Okay. Yeah, you're correct. So I think, Sam, you have to give him the
yes.
presenter right.
I would request Mr. Dhruv to give presenter rights to Lionel Spark, please. Presenter rights to Lionel Spark, please, Mr. Dhruv. Yeah, Mr. Dhruv.
Now it's okay. It's okay. It comes. Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, given, sir. Given.
Yeah. So now you shall see my screen. Do you see my screen?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, excellent. So first, I would like to thank the CII conference organizer for inviting me to talk about the name of Nestle. It's a pleasure to share with you what a food company is doing. So today, yes, some word about analytic for food contact material, especially recycled food contact material. So first, a short introduction about the vision of Nestle. So this is a vision, also a commitment that none of the packaging, including plastic, should be in landfill or as litter. Idea behind this, of course, is to reinforce reuse, refill system to make all the packaging that Nestle is using and going to be used recyclable, and also participating in the sorting of the packaging, maybe also to feed other circular economy. In order to fulfill this commitment, we developed certain golden rules. Golden rules are here to give a frame to the material we are going to ban or strongly reduce. Why we ban this kind of material? Because they jeopardize the recycling systems or because they pollute the future packaging, thinking always about recycling, reuse. So golden rules are like axes of going, and then you have a second platform, which is a negative list. Negative list is more strengthened, meaning that at a given date, we stop to use a given material. So golden rules and negative list should help Nestlé to go in the direction of less waste, more reuse, more recyclable. Back to our topic, which is analytic. I would like to say that in terms of analytic, we have two main worlds. The world of metal analysis, whatever the metal inside the packaging, for which you have to have a certain amount to respect norms for recycling, and also metals migrating from packaging here to protect the consumers from excessive migration, already introduced by the Professor Bach, where we have to be careful about the exposure to consumers of metals. So always two things in a given category, meaning the composition to fulfill requirements for recycling and the migration to ensure safe and compliant packaging and food to consumers. The second big world, of course, it's all what is linked to organic compounds. Once again, thank you for my predecessor, because you have already a big picture of the different chemicals that can migrate. Within our company, we have two main streams of work. The stream R&D, where we try to find about the composition, and it was well explained by the Professor Raj at the beginning, where you have to investigate what is in the packaging by composition. And then the second step is what is migrating to what consumers are exposed to. And these two things are done within our company. First is R&D to develop new material, new packaging, maybe also smart packaging, as already discussed. And the second is more operational, linked to factories, where the factory has to take time to time packaging material sent to our laboratories for checking. And you see that at the end, in terms of quantification and identification, we use always mass spectrometry. Mass spectrometry is probably the state of the art of technology today, whatever organic compounds, but also metals. Now, if I go to the different streams of packaging, I would say that first we have glass. Maybe a lot of people do not think that glass is a super recyclable material. It is. And today we can go up to 80% of the mass that is recycling glass, typically for the green one. There is a special allowance in Europe and recently in US of 200 milligram kilo by composition, cadmium, lead, mercury, chromium, these four metals that are jeopardizing the recycling. There is a special allowance for glass today. What we have to say is that in general, highly recycled glass may contain 160, 180 milligram kilo maximum. This special allowance helps glass manufacturers to make more recycling of glass. In terms of migration, today the focus is on cadmium and lead. This is true for Europe, for US, for Mercosur, also in China. And soon is coming other metals, because apparently there are some other concerns with aluminum, cobalt, and bore. There is also some foreseen reduction limits on cadmium and lead. It will probably coming soon. Typically, the liquid used for the migration from glass is acetic acid, or 4% or 3%, depending on the region. Now, regarding metals, again, we never think that metals could be also a highly recycled material. Today, common recycling rate is 40–50%. We have analyzed recently a can where we have 95% recycled metal. It works. In principle, you shall not go too much in composition, because what you analyze by migration is out from the passivation layer, meaning that all the migration is conducted by the passivation layer. So whatever the quantity of recycled metal behind the passivation layer doesn't matter. What migrate are the metals, if any, from the passivation layer. So glass, metal, and packaging that are already highly recycled. Now, if we go to the plastic, because I can imagine it was mainly mentioned by my predecessor today, this is plastic recycling. So we have one big family, which is a polyethylene terephthalate that is used for bottles already introduced. Here there is a high potential to recycled PET, Of course, the state of the art is what we name closed loop, when you make bottle to bottle to bottle to bottle, and if possible, water beverage to water beverage. It helps to have highly clean rPET, of course. What is done is, by composition, we re-verify in the resin that the intended substances are under control. But when you switch to plastic, you have to think now about contamination and also what is called non-intentionally added substance. So effectively, when you start to control, once you have a bottle or when you have a preform for PET, you have to follow the migration of course, intended added substance, also mentioned by Professor Raj, but also non-intended added substance, and typally nice in rPET are benzene and bisphenol A. Once again, if we go back to the results we have had so far, benzene, bisphenol A, limonene migration is extremely low from rPET, but this has to be monitored. For you reference of today, I mentioned a document that was published quite recently by a consortium of industry, these famous guidelines for non-internally added substance in PET and rPET. Very good reference for people who would like to know more about what we can do. Today in Europe, we have the European Food Safety Authority who gives the allowance to go for rPET via a technology. FDA, they will publish a food contact notification letter if they think that your technology is okay. But anyway, it is up to the user to make the monitoring along the use of the rPET bottles or rPET chocolate trays. Now, if we move to a more tricky word, this is recycled polyolefin. So here we speak about polyethylene, polypropylene. Here is more tricky because if we think about strict mechanic recycling, like for PET previously, today it's extremely difficult to have polyolefin not contaminated at all. We have some experience on this, and the problem is that polyolefin are highly contaminated, even with a low quantity of non-FCM material. Even you have 2-3% on cosmetic packaging or drug packaging, it contaminates completely the stream for mechanical recycling. It is why today EFSA has not given any allowance to use recycling polyolefin mechanically. We, as Nestle, we continue to investigate the possibility maybe to have more closed loop, so bottle to bottle, etc., made of polyethylene, in order that we could maybe one day see or foresee mechanical recycling for polyolefin, food to food. Because, you know, if we think about circular economy, there are many other streams that are interested by recycled food contact material, like automotive, like cosmetic, like drugs. But here I would focus on the reuse within the food contact and food industry. So today, unfortunately, mechanically recycling polyolefin is not sufficient to ensure food grade material. Again, I repeat, if we can succeed to have bottle to bottle that are closed loop, maybe we will succeed. We foresee some improvement in washing the pellet, washing the resin with some solvent and then recovery of solvent. Let's see. Now the future, I would say, and probably people after me will talk about, is a chemical recycling of polyolefin. And if you can make a chemical recycling, of course, you come back to virgin plastic. Now the next stream of packaging material for which we have also recycling and well-promising system is a paper and board. Here we have also by composition to take care about these 4 major metals that could jeopardize the recycling stream. Many recommendations can be found in the guidance from CEPI. This is the European Industry of Paper and Board, giving a lot of recommendations what to analyze, what kind of contaminant you have. I think also in India, you have also focus on dioxin and PCB in the paper. Now, in terms of migration, it's completely different if you have virgin paper without any coating or if you have a coated board. If you have no coating, in principle, this type of board has to be in contact with dry food, not liquid, because the board will be jeopardized. And then the reference for migration is a dry food simulant. If you would like to know more, I can answer later. And for coated board that we have now for example, some fatty food or some liquid foods. Now there are some challenges to pack liquid food in coated board. Then of course the testing condition, we come back to some framework for plastic. This is for virgin board. Now for recycled board is completely different because it's near impossible to have clean board mechanically recycled. It's why, in principle, by composition, you verify that the intended substance are not exceeding. This is typically from virgin board. But then we know that the recycled board contain quite a lot of contaminant. So within Nestle, and not only Nestle, but many food industry, we decided that recycled board shall not be in direct or indirect contact with food product, meaning that recycled board shall not be able to exchange chemical with the food. It is why, in the case of recycled board, the analytic, the assessment is concentrated on the barrier assessment. And the typical case where you have a barrier is bag-in-box, where you have a box made of recycled board and a pouch inside. So the idea in terms of migration analytic is to be sure that the pouch is protecting the food from the recycled board contaminant. There are probably a lot of challenging good results regarding recycled board, because there are a lot of initiatives now around Europe, and I can imagine not only Europe, where the paper industry starts to have a better recycling technology, and also the user industry, that are the printers and the user, to reduce the quantity of strong contaminant, and then to have recycled board in the future more or easier to put close to the product. There are very good initiatives in France, and I'm optimistic that within several years, if all the industry as a consortium agreed on the chemicals to be used to print, to glue boards, we will have a higher quality recycled board in the future to be used in contact with food. So to conclude, in terms of analytic, you have seen that mass spectrometry play a key role in whatever metals to know where we are in organic compounds. My point would be, in principle, for recycled material, we re-verify the internationally added substance to be sure that the migration is under control, introduced by Professor Raj, specific migration, overall migration. But, and this is and this is where we have to take care, and I think the people who are hearing me today, is to focus on this famous non-intentionally added substance that are contaminants, but also because the different material are reprocessed, also new compounds coming from the process to be followed and assessed. With this, I would like to conclude my talk today. And of course, during the open session, I'm ready to answer to the questions. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks very much, Lionel. I think wonderful presentation, very clear. As mentioned, we will be taking up the questions towards the end of the session. Okay. So thank you very much for keeping time as well. So now I will be inviting Mr. Manoj Mishra, is the Director, Ball Beverage Packaging India Private Limited, and he'll be talking to us on aluminum as a sustainable packaging solution with recyclability, safety, sustainability benefits. Dr. Manoj Mishra is an FMCG operational professional. He has done his master's and doctorate in food technology. He has a vast professional experience of more than 20 years working with renowned food industries like Parle, Coke, Tasty Bite, Britannia, and ITC in India at various capacities. He has varied experience in the field of quality assurance, operations, supply chain, and plant management. He is currently working with the Ball Beverages India Private Limited as director and responsible for manufacturing. So may I request Dr. Manoj Mishra to take over the floor and deliver his talk, please.
First of all, thank you so much, Dr. Alok Dhawan, for this nice introduction, and thanks to CII for providing us a platform to present the aluminium as a more sustainable packaging solution. So just give me a second, I will share my screen. So hope my screen is visible.
Yeah, it's perfect. You can go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah. So as the topic is about the aluminium as a sustainable packaging solution, before I move on to it, just wanted to have a little bit of an introduction about the company. We are the world largest packaging company called Ball Corporation, having a varied interest into the three different stream area, which is the global beverage packaging, aerosol packaging, and then the aerospace. So two of them are in the packaging section, which are actually providing the support to the customer. Third one is a research oriented organization whereby we do a lot of spacecraft and space science instrument and sensor for the various kind of an application which are being used specifically by NASA in America. So, you know that we have worldwide 18,300 employees. We have 11.5 billion net sales as on 2019. And we have the 79 location worldwide, out of which the 58 are the beverage packaging location. And as you can see that our beverage packaging division is the largest one, which is having the highest number of employees as well as the sales turnover, because we manufacture almost like 101 billion cans annually for the beverage packaging. Sustainability is the core of our company, and you know that it is being mentioned by our chairman and president that you know that we have the enhanced sustainability provide of our products in the operation, whereby we look into the ambitious science-based greenhouse gas emission, also looking into substantially the utilizing the renewable energy, and also looking into how can we make the aluminium is to be the more recyclable material, and you know that have the sustainability coming through the recyclability of the aluminium. You know, the thinking around, you know, when we talk about the metal packaging, it comes, the earlier thinking was that there was a lot of weight reduction program which was going on, so that the utilization of the aluminium is less, and then the processing of the aluminium also to that much of an extent is going to be lower. And then looking into carbon footprint reduction and looking into the linear life cycle assessment. When we talk about the linear life cycle assessment, it was about, you know, that utilizing the metal and also not polluting the environment rather than recycling it. Then came a concept of the recyclability and how can we improve the recyclable content into the metal, and how can we do the collection so that to improve the recyclability of the material. Today, what we look for is the truly recycled one, and we will touch upon one by one when we go through the slide, how to redesign and then it can be utilized and can be recyclable one. Then looking into the circular life cycle assessment. Circular life cycle assessment, when we are talking about utilizing the same recycled material for the similar kind of a product. And then looking into the what kind of a new business model which we can create, whereby, you know, that we can bring upon the sustainability. And some of the innovation you can see onto the right hand side is about that the Ball has launched in 2019 the very specific aluminium cups, replacing, you know, that the paper non-reusable cups which are being utilized for the beverage serving. And also looking into some kind of a alumitic bottle, whereby, you know, that we can have the bottle which can be resellable and the bottle which are there for the one-time use. Why we call it aluminium is to be the most sustainable package, because first of all, this metal is infinitely recyclable and it is economically valuable. It unlocks the full potential of the packaging, because, you know, that you can print the entire area, which is the surface area which is available to, you know, that showcase whatever is the story or the brand story you wanted to put it across. As a study shows that the 75% of the aluminium which has ever been produced are still in use in one form or the other form. And as far as the recyclability is concerned, the aluminium container are the #1 recycled container in the world, with almost like a 69% of the global recycling rates. So if you look into, so these are some of the benefits which is provide, as it is infinitely recyclable. And why it is important, because it also helps the circular economy to help, because the scrap value which the aluminium generates is very high compared to any other packaging substance which is also being recycled. And you can see that the recycling rates are varying. As I told, that the global recycling rate is around 69%. It is 49% in US and as high as 97% in the Brazil. As far as the India and you know, that the Asian continents are concerned, there also there is a very you know, that the robust recycling rates which are available. It is almost around 78% of the recycling which we are doing into these kind of a region. When we talk about the circular life cycle assessment, this is what we talk about, that, you know, that theoretically and not theoretically, it has been study which has been proven that within a 60 days of its life cycle, a can be back into the can shelf after doing a recycling. So what happens is that whatever is the beverage can which is available, when it is getting filled and getting utilized, thereafter it can be, you know, collected, and it can then be, you know, that sorted. And after the sorting, it can be shredded and remelted to the aluminium once again. And the same aluminium, you know, that having the same kind of a property without even deterioration and without even the losses. So the losses are as less as, you know, that the 1% which are there in the entire cycle, and you can recycle the entire aluminium and can utilize it for the can manufacturing. So this is the beauty of the can, and this is how, you know, that we enhance the circularity of the beverage can. In India also, because in the countries like developed countries in the US and Europe, we can find that the recycling is happening because as a habit over there, and you know that the customer also are very much sensitive about it. However, in India, we have to take some kind of a step, and you know that, and one of the very robust steps which the ball has taken recently is that we have joined our hands with an NGO called Recycle to that collect the used beverage cans and to then recycle it and utilize it for again converting it into the can. If you look into the aluminum can packaging value chain map, you can see that it has a lot of advantages as far as the sustainability is concerned. While it comes for the consumer use, it is light in weight, so hence its transport ability is far more higher. You require a less carbon emission as far as transporting the can. It is, in terms of the cooling, the metal is a fast cooling surface, so you know that when you have to serve the beverage as a chilled beverage, the chilling requirement is really low. When we talk about the filling, in a filling, particularly this material require a very less amount of a processing or the washing before it can be filled. And when we talk about the distribution and the retail, because the aluminum cans can be that stacked up to a height almost like a 20 meter, so you can that utilize the vertical logistic compared to vertical warehousing compared to the horizontal warehousing, and that's why that saving in terms of the land utilization. And also in terms of the logistic, as I said, that that it is far more easier because of the very lightweight of the can. You can easily transport the can, more number of the can compared to any other substrate which is being utilized as a package. What we are doing is that whatever is all the aluminum industry, what we are trying to do is that that having a certification like ASI, which is a scientific certification, that is a Aluminum Stewardship Initiative. And the ball was the first to actually that receive that Aluminum Steward Initiative certification for all our 23 units in Europe, Middle East, and Africa. Okay. I think two of the panelists, that is, Dr. Baldev Raj and Dr. Nirmal, both were talking about, and to an extent, even Dr. Madhu was talking about the bisphenol A. So bisphenol A, whenever we are using aluminum as a package, we require to have a layer between the aluminum and the product which is going to be packed. And this layer is mostly earlier was because of the epoxy resins, and now those epoxy contains the bisphenol A, and there is a large amount of a concern which is happening around the world in terms of the bisphenol A. What we have done is that we have developed with our suppliers a new generation bisphenol A not included kind of a coating, which are that the Gen 1 and the Gen 2, Generation 1, Generation 2 coating, which doesn't actually have any kind of a bisphenol A into it, has been generated, and we are promoting it largely so that that this risk also can be mitigated as far as the safety of the product is concerned. Apart from that, we also are looking for cradle to cradle certification. This is a certification which talks about the more sustainable product made for circular economy, which has have the positive impact onto the people and the plant. And it has the 5 different aspects of it, which is related to the material health. How is the material? Which is related to the material reuse. How much of the material can be reused? How much of the renewable energy and the carbon management within this material and within the processing of the material is being there? What is the water stewardship initiative and the social fairness? So it encompasses overall when we talk about the sustainability, and we are looking very positively for this to get it certified. So these are some of the things that which together we are doing to ensure that all the relevant scientific support also are available, so that to give the consumer a confidence. When we talk about the Aluminum Stewardship Initiative, what is it? Is actually ensuring that end-to-end aluminum which is being utilized is safe for the use intended into the food product. And that is what we are trying to do. It requires a certification at our level. It requires a certification at a supplier and certification to our customers also who are actually filling the beverage into it. And we are aggressively taking those kind of a target to have the 100% ASI certification for all our units in another 3 years' time. Apart from this, also there are enhanced targets which are related to that the reduction in the greenhouse gas emission. So we have a target of 55% reduction in the greenhouse gas emission, and which the aluminum provides an opportunity by the that type of the advancement which are happening is allowing this to happen. We also are looking for, that by this time we have almost cut down 16,000 metric ton of gas house emission by can optimization. We have the lightest weight can available at this point of a time. And also, that the 15,000 metric ton of the gas house emission has been eliminated by the plant efficiencies which are being built in. And these are all the science-based target we have, that have this approved by the science-based target initiatives. We have a target to switch on to the renewable energy by 100% by 2030, and that the 63% of the Europe by 2021 is already will be into that the renewable energy. In terms of the water stewardship, there are two type of an initiative which are there. One is that monitoring the water from the space along with the NISA to understand that where are the pockets which are getting dried up, and how can that refill those areas, and to provide that the continuity of the water into it. And second is related to the water reduction in our manufacturing operation by another 12% that what is there currently. What is happening actually, if you have to look into that, and why we are actually presenting the aluminum as a most sustainable package, is that because the consumer behavior is changing, and it is actually forcing the manufacturer or the producer response also to change. If you look into that, consumers are now judging the brand based on their sustainability, that they have become more aware about that the companies which are most sustainable, the product which are most sustainable, they must go for it. The latest study shows that the consumer expect brand to be sustainable. There are 81% positive response for it, where they believe that the global consumer believe that the company should help improve the environment. There's a growing demand for the sustainable product. There are 72% more people are actually actively buying or asking for the environment friendly product, what they were asking 5 years before. There are 83% of the consumer are very much aware that yes, the companies can do something to make the product sustainable. And when it comes to the product sustainability, the package also comes, that because the focus has to be more towards the package side as well. These are some of the initiatives, that, and this is what is the changing world environment which I wanted to showcase to each one of you, is that, that the water, which is a category which was never getting filled otherwise into the aluminum kind of a can. Now this changing behavior of the customer are actually putting the water also into the can, and there are solutions available whereby the water can meet the convenience. And you can see that 100% recyclable aluminum bottles are being used by a company called the Open Water. In India also, that we can see that some of the flavored water has already been available into the can. There's a company called Responsible Water who has taken a responsibility to launch the water only into the can, being as a sustainability initiative and as a responsible citizen. We also would like to thank at this point of a time to taking an active step by the FSSAI of providing some kind of a regulation whereby the water now you can also pack into a non-transparent pack, which actually helps aluminum, whereby you can utilize the aluminum for directly packing the still water or to the carbonated water. The PepsiCo in India, PepsiCo in USA are looking for that completely going 100% towards the aluminum side of it. So these are some of the benefit that which aluminum can provide. And as I told that as far as the safety of the product is concerned, companies are working towards those kind of a safe kind of a film available, whereby that the health hazard should not be introduced into it. And with this, I think I would like to conclude that my session. And with a statement that we work every day to make mall the sustainable partner of choice for our customer, employees, supplier, investor, and communities. And thank you so much once again for this wonderful opportunity to share the dais with some eminent scientists and very eminent speakers. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Mishra. I think a wonderful talk and very crisp, straightforward talk about aluminum as a sustainable packaging solution. So I think we'll now take some questions. We received a question from Mr. Mahesh Gogia, who is the plant quality manager of Ferro India Private Limited. And he asked, are there any FSSAI approved accredited labs for packaging material migration testing? So I request Dr. Baldev Raj if he wants to take this question.
Yeah, most of the labs which are testing labs, I would say Indian Institute of Packaging is there, CFTRI is there, CPET is there, various organizations are there which are FSSAI approved testing labs. There are many. You can check the list through FSSAI website and
Wonderful.
NABL website.
Yeah, perfect. So in terms of the aluminum, let me go the reverse way. I think Dr. Mishra mentioned a lot about the aluminum cans being sustainable and reusable, etc. In a country like India, where the temperatures go up to almost 50 degrees and beyond, while transportation in summer months, how do you sort of allay the fears of the people that something might be leaching out, let's say, especially in beverages when they are transported? Water may not be as much as an issue, but if you're packaging aerated drinks into this aluminum at 50 degrees or 52 degrees, would you like to comment on this?
Yeah, it's a great question, Dr. Alok. So, thank you so much for that. What happens is that aluminium, there is always a barrier which is there, which we call it as an internal coating, which we were discussing about. That now we are converting it from epoxy to Bipani free, that Bipani lacquer kind of a thing. So this coating is actually sustainable for the temperature range of almost like a 90% and above. So, that it can withstand the pasteurization temperature, because many of our beverages are also getting filled and getting pasteurized. There are also the solution which are there for the sterilized project. But all carbonated beverages which we are filling currently along with the water, the coatings which are there are sustainable up to the 90 degrees Celsius. So I don't think that there is any kind of a risk which is there, or there is no change in the property as such, and they have been tested for that. Hope I able to answer the question.
Yeah, that's good. So Dr. Baldevraj, there's a question saying that what are the food simulants for fatty foods that you take for testing?
Basically, by EEC directive and Bureau of Indian Standard, it is N-heptane has been prescribed as a fat simulant, in which we can test the migration of additives which migrate to the oils and fatty foods.
Okay, thank you. So Lionel, let me ask you a question. When you talk of advances in analysis and testing of food contact materials, is it possible that if there's any leaching that it can be tested, is the world thinking about having sensors in the packaging itself, so something leaches out can be shown through a sensor to the consumer? Are we trying to empower the consumers in that sense?
For traces of chemicals, we speak about microgram or few milligram of metal or few milligram of bisphenol A or benzene. I mean, smart packaging is probably not completely able to measure something. What we can already use to measure, of course, is oxygen, absorption, desorption, CO2, nitrogen. There are some super little detector for very volatile compounds called electronic nose. But now you have also miniaturization of electronic nose, for example, to verify if you have no more solvent in a bottle. But now to have smart packaging detecting immigration, it will be probably too expensive for the purpose. But definitely the miniaturization of electronic nose to detect rest of cleaning agent is probably also the future. I had some experience 15 years ago with electronic nose. At this time, it was quite big machine, and we could detect very, very, very low quantity of solvent, typically to clean packaging. And today, it's just a little piece of 2-3 millimeters. So maybe electronic nose to detect after cleaning, yes. Now detecting immigration will be more difficult.
Fantastic, thank you. So a question again is that how far are the chemical treatment for aseptic packaging safe? So will Dr. Madhu would like to respond to this?
Yeah, can you repeat the question, Professor, please?
So I'm saying, how far are the chemical treatments for aseptic packaging safe? I mean, are these chemicals?
Yeah, chemical treatment. Yes, as I mentioned during my presentation also, the chemical treatment is absolutely safe if the dosage is within the limits. Yes, if the dosage is very high, then it may migrate or may lead to the product deterioration. But as far as we are within the limits, as per the standards, we are giving the chemical dosage, it is absolutely safe.
Fantastic. Thank you. So Dr. Baldevraj, just a small query that what packaging materials would you advise for, let's say, biscuits, which are bakery products, versus vegetable oils, or let's say highly moisture and oxygen sensitive type of foods, and why? I mean, why we should use a certain kind of packaging material for a different kind of food product?
We see all the different types of food products have their own properties. Some are moisture sensitive, some are oxygen sensitive, and some are oxygen as well as moisture sensitive. So it depends from which part we want to protect the product. If we want to protect it from the moisture sensitive product, moisture sensitivity, then we have to go for moisture barrier materials. If we have to protect it from oxygen sensitivity, then we have to go for oxygen barrier packaging materials. Basically, we do not get all the properties in one packaging material, so we use the combination of two materials also. Let us say polyethylene is a good moisture barrier, polyester or nylon are good gas barrier. Then we can use their combinations. As far as for oils is concerned, if it is in the form of possessing multi-layer film, where outside is polyethylene, in between nylon layer, and then contact layer is ethylene acrylic acid, which is good for heat soluble even in the presence of oil. And for biscuit, mostly it should be moisture barrier as well as gas barrier. That's a polyester poly is a good material to be used for biscuit purposes.
Sure. Thank you. So, yeah, I think I'll have to ask Sam. I mean, we have a couple of questions more. Is that fine, or should we stop here?
Yes, if you have some questions, sir, we have 5 more minutes.
Okay. So I'll just have a quick question. So when we talk about especially the aluminum cans, there always this thought that once it is gone into the environment, how do you recover these cans? I mean, what is the strategy for Ball, for example, if I may ask Dr. Manoj, what is the strategy of recovering these cans from the environment or from, the public at large, especially in a country like India?
Yeah, so there are twofold, that I can say the strategy which are there. One is, that engaging with some of these NGOs who are willingly doing some kind of a recyclable work. And so, as I mentioned, that one of the MOU which we have signed recently and doing a pilot. So that's the first part of it. Second, that through the various channels we are trying to, that make this awareness to the consumers, whereby that the consumer and whereby like in some of the country we have seen that providing some kind of a recyclable kiosk into the some prominent places, particularly into the mall and the higher consumption area, whereby the company is taking that initiative, and every can what you actually give it will provide you in kind of a credit points and which you can redeem for the any kind of a food product. So I think these are the two of the strategies which currently we are working into a country like India, whereby to improve the recyclability rate of it.
Yeah, so one more question that it has been put forward is, can the antimicrobial agents put any risk of migrating into the food? So would Dr. Madhu like to respond to it?
Yeah, antimicrobial agents normally are natural, but if they are synthetic, then only, as Dr. Baldevraj were showing some limits of all the components as per Indian standards 9833 and 9845, we should check from an NABL accredited and ISO certified and FSSI certified laboratory like IIP, or maybe other laboratories like CPET and some other laboratories maybe. So we should check whether any synthetic antimicrobial agent has been used, and if used, it should be within the prescribed limit. Yes, if natural antimicrobial agent is used, it is absolutely safe.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah.
So I think with this, we come to a close of the questions that we had. And on behalf of my own self as well as the speakers, I'd like to thank FSSAI and CII for giving us this opportunity to have a very interactive session and very exciting session on innovative food contact materials with focus on recyclability. Because we are headed towards sustainability in every sphere. So I think it's a very good thought that CII brought forward, especially among the companies as well as academia, as to what we should be doing jointly. And I must thank Sam for actually putting this all together for the large audience that is there online. And I'm sure they will benefit it. And CII has been doing these kind of programs for food safety through digital formats as well as through physical formats. So I'm indeed very delighted to be part of this program. I must thank Sam once again and all the organizers. So thank you very much indeed. Sam,
thank you very much, Chairperson, and distinguished panelists for this interesting technical panel discussion. I would like to thank our partners who have supported in organizing this event. The principal sponsors, Amway, Cargill, Herbalife Nutrition, ITC, Merck, Mondelez, Nestle. Associate partners, Abbott, DuPont, Hexagon Nutrition, Sugar Free. Corporate sponsors, Ball, Danone, FSSC 22000, Indifos, Kellogg's, Marico, Patanjali. So next session is 6 p.m. It's on leveraging innovation in food safety for nutrition and wellness food. All are requested to join in. Please visit exhibition gallery stalls. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Vikram, Dr. Tanuja has sent message that she will join about 10 minutes late, so we can start the session. So as you said, you can start it. So I will just do the introduction. We have gone live now. So good evening, respected chairperson, distinguished guests, panelists, delegates, invitees, partners, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the last session of the summit, a panel discussion on leveraging innovation in food safety and nutrition and wellness foods. I have the pleasure of inviting the chairperson and moderator, Mr. Vikram Kelkar, for doing the context setting and moderating the panel discussion. Mr. Vikram Kelkar is an entrepreneur and the group managing director of Hexagon Nutrition. He has more than a decade of experience in the nutrition industry. He has been the recipient of the Young Visionary Chanakya Award for Outstanding Innovation in Eradication of Micronutrient Deficiency and has co-authored many research papers. He was elected the member of the Governing Council of Export Promotion Council for the SEZs. So may I now request Mr. Vikram Kelkar to please take over the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Indrani. And thank you, CII, for giving me this opportunity to moderate this powerful panel comprising of the captains from the industry, international NGO, and the government. With reference to our today's panel discussion around the theme of leveraging innovation in food safety for nutrition and wellness foods, I would like to begin with setting the context, starting with the very old saying of Hippocrates, who said, "Let food be thy medicine." This clearly outlines the importance of nutrition in our daily life. People have become more conscious of their wellness and preventive care. Building immunity is one of their top priorities. There is a shift from curative to preventive care in the Indian market. As we say, prevention is better than cure. Coming to the aspect of food safety, in the light of COVID-19, it has become increasingly important to follow the protocols of the new rules and regulations set by the government. There is a need for more evidence-based nutrition and wellness products. More clarity is required on the claims being made. And finally, there has to be a strong focus on quality. So with that, I would like to move to the first panelist. And our first panelist who's going to get started is Mr. Simon Petman. He's the Executive Director of the IADSA, which is the International Alliance of Dietary and Food Supplements Association. He has focused on developing strategies in the health supplement area with governments and associations from across the world on issues affecting the sector. So, Simon, I hope you are online.
I am online. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, perfect. So, would you please enlighten us on the future of the global health supplement and nutraceutical sector?
Thank you very much. And it's a pleasure to be here at the 15th CII Summit. I've been part of some of the sessions up until now, and I have to say it's extremely stimulating discussion at the right time, considering where the world is. Now, talking about that, 22 years ago, when IADSA was formed, the Global Supplement Association was formed, there were people who felt that actually the supplement category would disappear, squeezed on one side by foods and functional foods, and on the other side, squeezed by drugs. How wrong could they be? We've seen growth of doubling, quadrupling, more than this in many countries over the period. And even this year, we're seeing many markets up by 10% or more. Now, every economic sector is aiming to be of the future, not just from the past. And some sectors are clearly struggling at the moment to reinvent themselves to be in tune with the new consumer, the new way of doing business, the new conditions which have emerged in 2020. This isn't really the case for the health supplement and nutraceutical area. And we've seen recent data, just data which has come out in the last couple of weeks, which is showing that the highest levels of trust in the category are often from the youngest consumer groups. For them, supplements have become just a logical, sensible part of their daily lives that fit into what they're doing. But in addition, what is attracting them is that they're applying some of the best elements of the past, such as the botanicals that have been used for many centuries for their health-giving properties. Now, the sector still has many things to work on to prove that it justifies this high level of trust of consumers and the confidence of governments, and I think we all know that. And it's been very rewarding over the past few years to see the excellent work that's been carried out in India by government in cooperation with the CII to not just create the appropriate ecosystem for health supplements and nutraceuticals and ensure that products meet minimum quality standards, but also to help build and promote India as an economic powerhouse for the sector worldwide. Thank you, Vikram.
Great. Thank you, Simon, for the excellent update. I have a question for you. Do you see that the pandemic has changed the way we look at nutrition and health?
Yeah, I think this is absolutely spot on, and I'm sure other panelists will say the same. We're seeing it, it's inevitable. All of our worlds have changed. Whether you're in London like me, or in Delhi, or in Chennai like you, we've all realized that we have to do more to look after ourselves, protect ourselves, make ourselves more resilient. And nutrition is one key element to achieve that. It's quite hard to actually benchmark that at the moment, but one important trend we're seeing is the fact that it's galvanized more and more scientists to speak out more openly, more publicly about the role of nutrition in maintaining and promoting health in a way we really haven't seen before. Just last week, there was this global letter for over 100 international scientists signing around vitamin D, including from signatories in countries who have been pushing their government to provide free supply of vitamin D and other micronutrients in some places to help with the COVID challenge. However, I think it also has to make us think that not everything is great. We've also seen data coming from some markets, which is showing that while people have been confined to their homes, some population groups have increased their intakes of fat and sugar and decreased their intakes of fresh fruits and vegetables. In fact, we're starting to see, according to data that we went from literally a couple of weeks ago, that higher levels of some micronutrient deficiencies may be appearing. Now, this, of course, is being compounded by the increasing disparities created by COVID. So we have a mixed picture, but importantly, I see nutrition starting to move more center stage than it has been before. Thank you, Vikram.
Great. And we see that you have been working closely with governments and even helping them to share and understand the legislation and policy. So should there be a new look at the government policy in this area?
I think governments are looking, and all over the world, they have to. This has been a wake-up call. It's been a crisis, and in crisis, then everything is on the table. But there is a risk, to my mind, that governments could be left behind as from where consumers are, as the consumers move more rapidly to carry out their own online research and build their own understanding of what is good for them. Now, I just come back to the vitamin D situation. Some governments have not promoted vitamin D supplementation during 2020, and that's because they don't want to undermine their message about the importance of a good diet, a good balanced diet. They're worried that if they advocate for supplements, this will mean that consumers will not prioritize their diet in future. I understand these concerns, and we all fervently believe in the importance of a balanced diet. And I think Eat Right, Mela and Eat Right India is so important, the initiatives that have been taken in India. But I increasingly, it's a real model for the world, to be honest, but I increasingly see in some countries a disconnect with what I believe consumers expect and the policies that government have in place. Now, this takes time and nobody should be rushing, but I believe that slowly but surely, supplements and nutraceuticals will start to occupy a more central place in government policies as a way to build resilient societies and communities. Thank you.
Absolutely, Simon. I agree with your views, and thank you so much for contributing at this session all the way from the UK. We appreciate it. Thank you. Right. So moving on to our next panelist, we have with us Dr. Amit Khande Parkar. He's the head of the Healthcare Nutrition Science at Danone. And Amit leads Danone India Science, Medical Affairs and Access Strategy with the mission to bring health through food to as many people as possible. And prior to Danone, Amit has served in the medical marketing roles, managing nutrition categories in infant nutrition, allergy, inborn errors of metabolism, and healthy aging. So today, we would like you to speak, Amit, on this very interesting topic of preventive nutrition and healthy aging, one of the topics of my interest too.
Thank you, Vikram, for this opportunity. I would also like to thank the CII and the organizers and my esteemed panelists for hearing our views out on preventive nutrition and healthy aging. As you were saying, Vikram, healthy aging becomes extremely relevant in these present times. And over the next few minutes, I'll take this opportunity to touch upon three important aspects of healthy aging. The first being, what is healthy aging and why is it important? I mean, that's one big question that keeps on being asked. The second is healthy aging only limited to the elderly? And that's where, I really just want to put you as to how we can look at the categorization of those people who are participating in this trend. And then finally, of course, the future of healthy aging as to how, I see it. So coming to the very first, aspect of our discussion, and the point that I really want to make is what is healthy aging and why is it important? I think we should start from this point as we graduate along this discussion. Now, I think most of us are aware that the world is grappling with an aging population. There is no doubt about it. There are several reasons to it. These are decrease in fertility rates, rising life expectancies, unprecedented rate of demographic shifts, and of course, well-informed generations due to the easy access of information. Now, if we were to take a cue from the World Health Organization and their position, which is captured beautifully in their definition, actually points out to what healthy aging is, and in terms of encompassing more than just the physical and the mental health, but also includes maintaining the functional ability to enable an active, productive, and independent life at older ages. So this becomes extremely relevant to be self-sufficient at an older age. The term healthy aging, as most of it would also encountered, has been used synonymously with several other words as well. You can call it active aging, you can call it a positive aging, productive aging, and even successful aging. What's happening is that there is an increase in consumer health consciousness, which has set a new trend. That is what we are discussing, which is healthy aging. And this is more prominent than any other part in the world as what it's being realized today in the Asia Pacific context. which actually houses the world's aging countries. 60% of the world's senior population is basically resident to these countries. And here are some more interesting facts for you. France takes 150 years for its elderly to double from, say, 10% to 20%. India will experience this transition in about 20 years only. You see, so moreover, according to an United Nations report, India pre-senior adults, these are people that we tend to categorize between 45 to 60 years, are expected to increase from 50% of our total population in 2020 to 20% as early as by 2050. So the speed of population aging is the fastest in Asia and in Southeast Asia. So as people age, the decline in individual health, well-being, it can range from age-related sensory decline, it can be mobility, cognitive declines, or to the emergence of chronic diseases, including cardiovascular and diabetes. So healthy aging, involves the maintenance of well-being through awareness and prevention of these health-related diseases. So, as the saying goes, to age becomes inevitable, but to age healthily is desirable. So that's what becomes evident. If we were to just consider, what is healthy aging in terms of, is it just limited to the elderly? And I would say the answer is no. That's a common misconception and largely stems from the word, healthy aging and aging therein meaning old. It's not that case. Consumers, in our case, we tend to categorize them as seniors. As we all know, for the developed world, it is more than 65 years. For us in India, it is 60 years. And then just before them, you have the pre-seniors, which is largely the transition age, as we call it, from say 50 or 45 to 60. And then, of course, you have the general adult, those in their late 30s and early 40s. So the focus for seniors now is not only to increase their lifespan, as possibly was the earlier thought, which is just the duration of the life, but now it is also to increase what we like to call it the health span, the period of life that is active and productive. So to achieve this objective, it is imperative for us to maintain one's functional ability through preventive implementations such as, say, physical activity, nutrition, and a healthy lifestyle. And just quickly coming to the final part as to where we see the future of healthy aging, there is no doubt that it's going to be a dynamic and a complex category requiring multiple approaches and collaborations to tackle this very evolving landscape. The increasing trend on healthy aging will undoubtedly it will bring positive impact for not only nutrition but also fitness and wellness industries. So the key learnings, it can be summarized through the 4 Ps, as it were, in terms of prevention, prediction, a personalization, and of course, a partnership. So the preventive actions and offerings include nutrition, lifestyle, which play an important role for people to age healthily. And that's where, we at Denon, we continue to innovate in line with our vision of bringing health to food to as many people as possible. Technology is also crucial for driving innovation towards healthy aging. This includes a prediction, of diseases through applications of sensing, digital technologies, smart applications, and such big data and artificial intelligence can be better leveraged towards healthy aging. And finally, the multi-industrial partnerships and collaborations between private, the public players at the interface of regulatory, health, nutrition, and technology would be vital to approach this multifaceted dimensions of healthy aging.
Well said, Amit. So I have a couple of questions. What are the product offerings and service innovations in healthy aging and preventive nutrition space?
So thank you for this question, because in terms of innovation, not only India but many of us countries in the Asia Pacific see high degree of innovations during COVID times. And the importance of healthy aging crosses, as we would have realized, into realm of commercial activities, functional foods, health supplements by food and beverages companies, health tech platforms, monitoring health, be it Android or be it the Fitbits of the world or the Apples of the world, even laboratories leading the early screening and health checkup services. And of course, there is this new trend of even pro-aging skincare products, that are seeing the light of the day. Enhanced nutrition, functional foods, health supplements, these are essential for healthy aging, since the deficiency or excess of macro and micronutrients increases the risk of declining wellness and developing illness. The problem, as we are all aware, and will be of course touched upon by several speakers, is the problem of what we call as problem nutrients in India. Be it the macronutrients such as protein, or the micronutrients as Simon has just highlighted earlier. Be it in terms of vitamin D, be it iron, be it calcium, and even be it zinc. I was reading somewhere that 80% of our agriculturable land from where zinc comes to us through food is now devoid of zinc. So such is a massive challenge, not only for us in nutrition as far as healthy aging is concerned, but across our span of lives. Concerns for healthy aging are closely associated with nutrition status and intakes encompassing, as you have recently seen, the trend of immunity, even cognitive performance, bone and joint health, and many more in this area, including mental health. Some trending innovations of fortified food include the discovery of prebiotics, probiotics, synbiotics, postbiotics, novel ingredients, herbal supplements that provide various healthy aging benefits. So there exists an immense opportunity to offer new services and experiences along the customer journey to improve the customer retention and advocacy. Uh, One can use big analytics in the field of digital artificial intelligence, which makes it possible to give recommendations on nutrition, even personalize it for that matter. So technology is going to serve as a big enabler in the years to come. You have got personalized nutrition that will also be trending in the years to come. And finally, by providing, most importantly, as we've also witnessed, the choice of channels by consumers in this post-COVID times will also shift. We have to also focus on providing novel channels and purchasing experiences to increase consumer experience and loyalty. So as you can see, there are several opportunities both across products and services.
Great, thank you. And my next question
Thank you.
is, I have another question. It's not about what is the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on the healthy aging opportunities? If you can, very briefly try and answer that, because we've just, we have undergone this, pandemic for the last 10 months now.
Yes, it's a tough time for us, and indeed a black swan event. And COVID-19 pandemic, it's undoubtedly brought a lot of changes in terms of consumer behavior related to healthy aging. It opens opportunities, no doubt about it. Since the pandemic has began, India, Australia, Indonesia are leading in the number of new food, drinks, supplement launches that are providing health claims for immunity strengthening and even boosting benefits. Some innovations that are gaining traction for immunity, they are including postbiotics, parabiotics, botanicals, turmeric milk in India is becoming popular with value-added products, green tea extracts, even ashwagandha for that matter, to name a few. So the COVID-19 pandemic also influenced changes in the consumer journey for healthy aging, where digital touchpoints and channels, they are being widely adopted. So in just finally, just to conclude on this, there was this recent APAC consumer study where more than 50% of the people who now purchase goods using online channels, has been shown. So with the COVID-19 pandemic accelerating digital offerings, there is also going to be a boost in the use of telemedicine platforms, as I see it, from a medical solutions point of view, for health consultation, along with online pharmacies for purchasing medicines and supplements.
Thank you very much, Amit. Yeah. So
Yeah,
let's move on to our next panelist, and he is Dr. Ravindra Kumar. He is the quality and food safety leader for DuPont Nutrition and Biosciences. Dr. Kumar has over 30 years of experience in the food and beverage industry, specializing in the global food safety and quality with expertise in regulatory compliance, manufacturing innovation, and due diligence. He has presented a number of technical papers in the field of dairy, quality management, food safety, food additives, and international legislation at national and international seminars. So, Dr. Ravindra, I would like you to speak on ingredients, nutrition, and wellness foods.
Thank you, Vikram. I hope all of you can hear me all right.
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you, Vikram. Let me first thank you for the very nice introduction, and it's an honor and privilege to speak on the 15th CII Food Safety, Quality and Regulatory Summit. I actually come from a food ingredient background. In fact, I represent DuPont Nutrition and Bioscience, which is world-leading market-driven science company with an largest portfolio of ingredients. With our cutting-edge innovation and application expertise, we are able to deliver value far beyond products. So what we do as a company, we use renewable raw materials to create food ingredients that food manufacturers use to create safe, nutritious, and healthy foods. For example, we make a Supro range of isolated soya protein from soybean. Likewise, there are several ingredients like antimicrobials, antioxidants like tocopherols, etc. So all natural ingredients are there. So today I'm going to speak about three important health ingredients. So first, before I go there, what is the need of health ingredients? So, Simon and Amit alluded to earlier. I want to put one more step further. 1 in 9 on the earth do not have enough food to lead healthy, active life. What is making the situation even grim, 45% of the death of children under 5 is caused due to poor nutrition. 63% of all deaths globally are attributed to lifestyle related disease, which you know what are all that. And 463 million people are actually suffering from diabetes. And what is the number one killer at this point of time is CVD, cardiovascular disease. So 17.9 million people. With diabetes on one side and obesity on the other side, you will see the cost to the economy is staggering $900 billion. And a person with a diabetes has a higher chances of having a CVD 1.7 times. So thinking that what the consumer want, consumer is concerned over food safety and environmental issues. This is our own research which has led into this conclusion that customer want the food which he or she can trust and which is sustainable, and they are ready to pay higher price for that. So what is coming out of this is that life expectancy is increasing. So as a food ingredient manufacturer, what we should think about is adding life to years. We saw Amit alluded to earlier on. Customers are actually looking for self-care instead of health-care. There has been a paradigm shift from a reactive approach to a proactive approach. They want to take control in their hand, and with the information outflow, you have a lot of information available. The majority of consumer actually are seeing a direct link between diet and smart consumers. They are smart consumer generation consumer. Therefore, health ingredient should provide tangible benefit. Actually, you cannot fool the customer if the ingredient which you are selling is not providing tangible benefit. One thing I would like to add before I go to another aspect of introducing a functional ingredient is that taste and texture cannot be compromised in Indian situation. So we always look for uh, uh, I mean, taste is the king. We Indian do not like to compromise with their taste. Now, if you do a total spectrum of food ingredient, PUFA, you find phytochemicals, you will find prebiotics. So here I have selected three in order to be brief. So I'll straight away go to fundamental value proposition of soya protein. Soya protein is one of the important ingredient, particularly isolated soya protein. This is actually most sustainable protein, and it has been done a third party life cycle assessment, and we have seen that it uses the lowest amount of water, it uses lowest amount of produces lowest amount of carbon dioxide and lowest amount of land use. So as a whole becomes a very important ingredient. It is very functional and versatile. It can be used in many ingredient, be it bar, be it uh, uh, dry blended beverages or any such ingredient wherever you are looking to supplement protein. And with this vegan trend, more and more people are looking for plant-based protein. The good part of it is having a good economic rationale for the people who are using it, because its price is not changing. The other is nutrition and health. High quality plant-based protein, we have done hundreds of clinical trials, and it is giving the health benefit which can be claimed. So in nutshell, if in US, 1 out of 7 days, if a person goes to vegetable protein area, you are actually taking the 50 million tons of CO2 out, and that would mean 11 million car outside. So you will not be driving those cars. So you can see the impact of vegetable proteins. Now, just to supplement it further, why this is a protein of choice? High quality protein contains all the essential amino acid in the right proportion to support muscle maintenance and development. High quality proteins are easily digested too. Soya protein is the only commercially viable protein source that is also considered to be high quality. We always compare it with milk and egg, etc. So the PDCAS of this, which is protein digestibility corrective amino acid score, is 1. So you can easily think that it has all the essential amino acid which human body needs for wear and tear. Now I go to probiotics. Probiotics by definition is live microorganism when administered in adequate number confer health benefit to the host. So where they are found, they are in our gut, and gut is actually, or GI tract is our largest immune organ, which is responsible for 80% of the body's antibody production. So what is the basic of a probiotic candidate? Because these are all science driven. You just cannot call a bacterial species to be a probiotic without having to do the whole clinical trials and other to show tangible benefit. So the first and foremost is it has to be robust to withstand external processing, because Simon spoke about supplements. So probiotic is number one supplement these days, and it has to survive on the shelf, and it has to be viable in the GI tract. It has to adhere to GI epithelium. It produces antimicrobial substances, and last but not the least, it modulates the host immune response and metabolism. Now, recently FSSAI has come out with a nutraceutical legislation where it says where it only goes up to genes and species level, but the benefit which come from probiotic is actually strain level, and that is where it is important. And you can see, I will just name one: Lactobacillus acidophilus NCFM. This is the world most largest studied strain. So last but not the least, I would talk about fiber. Fiber is a the fiber which I have picked up today is a polydextrose, which we sell as a lipase. So as per the definition, dietary fiber means complex carbohydrate polymer with a degree of polymerization of not lower than 3. This is a codex definition which has been adopted. So why this is so important, and I will take a pause after 30 seconds only. It has a very good health image. It provides you 1 kilocalories per gram. It is very well tolerated. That means you can take 90 grams without any laxative effect, and it is having extensive claim. So you can use as a reduced calories, you can use reduced fat, sugar-free, no added sugar. And it is very versatile. The other thing about the growing interest in this is that which is coming from, it is quite affordable, and it does not compromise on taste and texture. So I can say a acronym, it is guilt-edged but guilt-free. So that's it I wanted to share with you, sir.
Right. Thank you very much, Dr. Ravindra. Well, I had two questions for you, but I'll ask you one of the important ones, and maybe for the second one we can get back if time permits later on towards the end of the session. So considering that DuPont is one of the pioneer and world leaders in the area of soy protein, because I have been hearing about it for the last 20 years. So I mean, what are the health benefits of soy proteins for the various customer segments?
Yeah, thank you so much for the question. Really, I mean, I'm very passionate about soya protein as such. So soya protein benefit actually starts from the toddler. You can use them in infant milk to the aged population, which Amit just said. So it is a high quality plant-based protein. It enables dairy-free, lactose-free advantage to the child nutrition, and importantly, it provides satiety benefits to the child. But if you go to weight management, this has a lot of studies have been done. It is helping you to manage the hunger because you feel fuller earlier. The next part is the sports nutrition. You have seen the vegan trend, and that is where you are now not only seeing soya protein, but a golden ratio with whey protein, casein, and soya protein is the. But for the elders, I would say that it provides a unique heart health benefit. So I would, in the interest of time, I will say only this. But from toddler to the elderly, everywhere you can have benefit of soya proteins.
No, I agree. I mean, soya protein is definitely one of the most preferred sources of protein. So thank you very much, Dr. Ravindra, for the informative session. And let's go to our next panelist. He's Arjun Singh Dasundi. He's the Associate Vice President, Innovation and Science at Amway. So Arjun is a pharmacist and a research and development professional with 20 years of experience in nutrition and pharmaceutical space. And he's a certified Scrum Master, certified coach of the Blanchard Coaching Essential Model. And he's also educated at the University of Davenport in Michigan. So welcome, Arjun, and I would like you to speak on the current and future trends in nutrition and dietary supplement innovation.
Thank you, Vikram. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you so much. So on the onset, I would like to convey my gratitude to CII for this opportunity. I am delighted to be part of a great audience and the fellow eminent panel members. Also, thanks to the panel members who have spoken before me for their enlightening idea and contribution on food safety and innovation. With that, let's dive into a current and future trends in nutrition and dietary supplement. So to understand the innovation and its trend, we need to recognize that consumer does not buy products or services. What they buy is a solution to their problem or the experience. So what it means to us, professionals in nutrition and dietary supplement, is to able to anticipate the problem next gen or millennium would be facing in to meet their nutritional gap. At the same time, what are the experience they would be looking for while consuming these supplements? And then we innovate product to solve their problems and give that experience. Now to understand this better, we need to see the consumer consumption behavior in past and present, and then predict how it is going to be in the future. So in past, if we see supplementations for very conventional formulations, not so convenient and raw in nature, like simple cooking, like kala, grita, and botanical powders. Now what we call it's the grandma's recipe. Most of it was invented and designed to fill the nutritional dietary gap of that time and to provide specific benefits which were probably missing or difficult to get from the routine diet. Presently, we have made a long way to formulate more convenient, easy to consume, and to some extent tastier formats in the form of tablet, capsules, and powder. We have built better technologies and invented new processes and delivered the best of science formulations to address need gap of micro and macronutrient. While the change is inevitable and we are prepared for that, and so the recent trends are gummies, chocolate bars, biscuits, and soups and drinks. But at the same time, what we need to be also prepared is for the change of speed of change or the rate of change that and bring the innovative nutrition formulations to meet that speed of change. And just to give a perspective, what I mean by speed of change is if we have to analyze the past 2000 years of data on transportation speed of human being in first 1850 years, speed of human transportation has reached the 80 kilometers per hour, right? While in last 150 years, it has reached to 800 kilometers per hour, which means the change is happening at 10x faster than before. The change which used to happen in 10 years now is coming in the 1 year. What was changing in 1 year now is changing in months. In a similar way, increasing knowledge and lifestyle is giving boost to nutrition and dietary consumption patterns. Now Indian consumers are becoming health conscious and do not hesitate to consume health or dietary supplement. And also the current COVID situation has raised the bar for healthy, hygienic and smart supplementation practices. With increase in awareness, the demand of nutrition supplement has increased significantly. And so the expectation from nutritional supplements. Hence, the future of nutrition dietary supplement would lie in innovative formats to bring out nutrition from the box to a dining table. There would be an unprecedented need of bioavailable ingredients and formulations in nutrition segment. Targeted deliveries of micro and macronutrients, clinical efficacy of ingredients and formulation would be more important than ever. A need of personalized nutrition is around the corner. I mean, where the specific needs gaps would be required to filled with the innovative supplemented solutions. If we look at the research data, women are going to more likely to purchase dietary supplement than men. Market would be dominated by the consumers who are going to be below 35 years of age. And so making nutrition as a lifestyle product is a need of an hour. Building strong, healthier, and smarter future society will depend on what our kids and the teenage will consume today and how we will be able to bring solution to their problem with the help of innovation. Thank you so much, Vikram, for having me here.
Great. Thank you very much, Arjun, for the informative contribution. Now, since this forum is focused towards the food safety, I would like to ask you, what is the role of packaging innovation in food safety and consumer preferences?
Thank you, Vikram. I mean, that's very important. Like, there are three parts to anything which we hold, in our hand in terms of product. There's a formulation, product inside it. There's a process involved, which is like, how this product has been built to deliver what it is supposed to deliver. And also one of the most important component is the packaging. And packaging development has to strive to push the envelope and adapt the rapid changing environment. Especially in the current digital era where the online social platform, people are hashtagging, posting the pics and uploading the unboxing videos of their favorite products all the time, which means that the packaging going to talk about the product significantly more than before. And also the buying habits, because now the products are mostly going to be on the online platform rather than off the shelf. I mean, we've seen enough in the COVID scenario. It is even more important for packaging to stood out. But all having said that, there are going to be two important aspects which I see that packaging has to play an important role is into preventing counterfeiting. As the market is going to grow, we all think that where the market grows, the counterfeit and fake products start coming in. So the role of packaging on that aspect will be more important. And also the other thing is that, the consumer is right now or in today's scenario is, very, pro-environmental. So, development of sustainable packaging components to meet consumer expectations and preferences would be very important. Recyclable packaging or biodegradable packaging solutions would be, I think, need of an hour.
Thank you very much, Arjun. In the interest of time, I would like to move on to the next panelist.
Sure.
Our next panelist is Ankur Davesar. So he's the Director of Manufacturing, Herbalife Nutrition. So he has been with Herbalife for the last 8 years and responsible for manufacturing, operation and innovations. He's a food technologist. And prior to Herbalife, he has also worked with PepsiCo, GlaxoSmithKline, and Wrigley's. So welcome, Ankur. Are you there?
Thank you, Vikram. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, I can hear you. So, Ankur, if you can, enlighten us on the deployment of reformulation and innovation strategies, please.
Sure, Vikram. That's a brilliant topic and, very relevant to today's discussion. And first and foremost, thank you, CII, for providing this opportunity. And thank you to all the esteemed members on the panel here. Very enlightening sessions and I learned a lot. So this was the best utilization of time that I could have done listening to all of you. So coming to the topic, use of reformulation and innovation. So reformulation is anything that you do with the food which changes the composition of that food into something which is better nutritionally, right? So this is a concept which we have been using, probably we know or not, but vegetarians, most of the protein they get with a combination of foods. So when you combine a rice and a dal or a pulse, and create a khichdi, that's a nutritious food preparation that has come to be nutritious by combination of rice protein and the proteins in the pulses. So that's a mix, that's a reformulation. Fortification is reformulation. Okay, your salt is fortified with the iodine. Most of the oils today are fortified with vitamins, and that solves the problem. So innovation, yes, that is innovative, right? So using a substrate which is going to be used and adding more functionality into it is innovation. Innovation is nothing but finding a way to do things better, right? So reformulation has been used, will continue to be used. The need of the hour, looking at the food system and the availability of food that we have around us, specifically in India, there are both sides of the coin. There is a strata which does not get enough of nutrition, forget nutrition, enough of food or the calories, and there is one strata which has, surplus of it. So there has to be a need to balance both these. And I believe that, reformulation strategies can come into play here also. And they can help with, addressing a lot more problems. So on one side, malnutrition again is what I just talked about. Malnutrition is not just deficit of the calories. It is also a deficit of nutrients. So that's what we need to start looking at. Defining health from the WHO, it's not just the absence of disease. It is actually how optimally do you use your body? Are you capable of doing the things that you should be doing, in the pink of health? So if you look at the nutrition density of the foods today, you will see that there is an imbalance, right? The calorie is surplus, whereas the nutrients are not, and that's where people like us, coming from Herbalife Nutrition, which operates out of 94 countries, we are a global company, and we take pride in, investing a lot of resources behind getting to the science behind the products. So we formulate some supplements which are there to support you with filling those gaps. These are formulated specifically to meet the needs which you cannot do otherwise, and that's where that innovation also comes into play. I'll share an example. The Nightworks is our product which has been, designed or formulated by the individual who got a Nobel Prize for that, right? So that's the scientist who is creating this product, and these are there available to support you with your healthy living. Getting to nutrition dense foods, that's a personal choice as well. The NCDs, the non-communicable diseases, are increasing. In India also, obesity is a macro trend, and that needs not just a focus on your diet and nutrition, but also an active lifestyle. So that's what is the need of the hour. Vikram.
Thank you, Ankur, for the informative session. I have a question. Can reformulation address the issue of food wastage?
Oh, that's a very good question, Vikram, and a very interesting one. Right. So when you look at food wastage, a lot of it gets wastage. We had the green revolution. Unfortunately, the post-harvest technologies did not keep pace with the green revolution. The milk white revolution was better. We have a processing percentage, if I'm not mistaken on the number, roughly in the range of 45 to 50% for milk and milk products, which is by far the best organized industry that we have in India. Other than that, we are still in the single digit for processing, right? So a lot of food gets wasted. And is it waste? We need to redefine waste also. Is it something which is underutilized, or we don't know how to utilize it? Like, for example, there is lycopene in the skin of the tomato. Like the pomace which comes out as a waste from the tomato processing industry carries seed and that skin. The skin carries that lycopene. So if the food processor who is dealing in tomato products can deploy a mechanism to extract lycopene, then we will use it, right? The nutrition supplement industry will use it. Another example is corn. Corn silk is there. It's a wonderful ingredient. And can we get an extract out of corn silk and we import it, right? So Herbalife, we import it and we use it in one of our products. So can we use that, right? Other than that, there are various techniques which can be deployed so that our shelf life can increase. And to the farming community also, we have the table varieties and we can have the industry varieties, right? So it doesn't necessarily have to be, just selling it out in the open market in the mandis. It can be specifically produced for the industry use. So then the wastage reduces, obviously. So putting to use, each and every piece of the produce that you are having, trying to redefine waste as probably we don't know how to use it right now or how to utilize it. And going to the world, looking at ingredients which are extracts, which are being used in the nutrition supplement industry, take a cue from there and do something about it. So obviously, yes, reformulation, in this term, or looking at each and every piece of the food and getting an extract and putting into something else which makes the functionality better. If we look at it from this perspective, yes, it can solve a lot of problems.
Right. Well said. My second question is related to innovation. So is innovation in technology fast-paced than in food and food processing?
Very interesting again. I mean, we have supercomputers in our hands, and I still remember the rotary dial phone, which I used to have when I was a kid. And we used to have only one phone which was available in the whole community around us, right? The neighbor used to come and use our phone. So yes, it has been fast-paced. People or the kids who were born in the 2000s, they will be 20-year-old something, probably never have seen or even heard of the rotary phones. So yes, the technology is fast-paced and innovating fast, but then I would again request to redefine the timeline that you have for foods, right? We were hunter-gatherers, right? There was a race to find food or to save yourself from becoming someone else's food, right? So we are running from the predators and we were running after something that we could consume. And from there, when we started domesticating animals and growing food, the agriculture, the advent of agriculture, that's when innovation started in food and food processing, right? Somebody then grew the grain and put it between two rocks and they were able to create flour. That was innovation. Somebody looked at a knife and said that why cannot we, have a curve, and created a sickle. That was innovation. So the time frame that we have is much more longer for food, and probably that's the reason that we don't see it as we see the technology. By the way, these are complementary, right? So you have a lot of wearables. The watch that I wear today, gives me my heart rate, gives me the oxygen levels, give me what do I do with this data, right? Why am I capturing this data? So I get trends from my app, which is there linked to my watch. What is it going to do, right? It's going to tell me whether whatever is happening inside of my body is the way it is designed, or is it something which is off? And if it is something off, I will have to look at adjusting my lifestyle or looking at my diet, right? So the fast-paced growth of innovation in technology with the supercomputers that we have in our hands today is going to converge some way into the food industry also, right? So like vitamin D, somebody talked about vitamin D, then it's deficit today, and we get it for free, by the way. The sun shines, and if we expose ourselves appropriately to that sun, we get the vitamin D. But we are deficit because of our lifestyles, right? So we will need those supplements, and the wearables will be able to give us that data to adjust, to help adjust our lifestyle as well as our nutrition. So it's a brilliant question that you asked, Vikram, and there is a lot of opportunity in this area. The innovation in technology is going to converge into everything that we touch today. And again, I mean, at the end of the day, what is innovation? Innovation is doing things in a better way. And as per design thinking, I take care of innovation also for Herbalife India. And we talk about design thinking. Design thinking does not start with defining a problem. Design thinking starts with creating an empty map for the customer or the consumer. First, understand what are the needs, right? And then start doing something about it. So the customer is the king and is the centerpiece of all of this, the ultimate consumer of whatever is happening. So they will have to converge to meet some needs or create an opportunity for the customer.
Right. So thank you very much, Ankur, for the informative session. We will move on to the next panelist, and she's Professor Tanuja Nesuri. and she's the director, All India Institute of Ayurveda under the Ministry of Ayush. She's a PhD and having more than 30 years of teaching experience. She has published more than 100 scientific papers in different reputed journals, 15 books, and more than 25 projects in her credit. It's indeed an honor, ma'am, to have you with us on this forum. And I would request you to please share your views. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, may I just start the, hello? Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, this is regarding the topic which was given me as a leveraging innovation in food safety and nutrition in the wellness food. And it's my honor and pleasure both for having sharing this platform and sharing my views. So I'm really thankful to CII, its Center of Excellence in Food and Agriculture, and for inviting me and giving this me opportunity. As rightly pointed out by many esteemed panelists who shared their ideas, I would like to share that during this pandemic, last 9 months, since the first case was detected, and it is the Ministry of Ayush who really notified the home care measures for like fighting against the COVID, and those are mainly in the immunomodulatory herbs and the spices and the food and the health and wellness products, which is to be taken as a preventive measure. And I think that is the one point where the entire health and wellness and the nutraceuticals industry has really boosted up. If we look at the today's market, that has been escalated and accelerated 200 to 300 times since last 9 months. And what does Ayurveda, in according to Ayurveda, what does food means? So we say that let food be your medicine. And it is said that the sloka is a pathe sadi gadartasya kim aushadam nishevanam, pathe asati gadartasya kim aushadam nisevanam. That itself means if you follow a good dietary habits and all the dietary regimen, then there is no need of medicine. Future of the medicine is no medicine. If you really follow good dietary habits and the lifestyle supported with your very good mental makeup, then the medicines are not required. But if you don't follow any dietary habits and the food regimen, which are really customized to your temperament, which is called as Prakruti, then it is said that medicine is of no use. That's why it was the first ministry in the world, Ministry of Ayush, which declared the home care measure, because when the entire world is under lockdown and there was no access even to a single medicine or nothing, and there till now, entire world, there is a lot of buzz for the vaccine, but there is no solution nor vaccine, and everyone was working with the empirical evidences. But in Ayurveda, this condition to combat with such a conditions like pandemic situations and the epidemic situations, there is a wisdom, a classical wisdom under the big umbrella of Jana Padodvams Vyadhi. When that means in the community, when there is a community spread, when there are epidemic situations, then and there are like something is beyond our control because of the vitiated air, desha, kala. Then what is in our control is to improve our immunity and to strengthen our immune system. And which are the measures which is strengthen our immune system? Those is nothing but good food habits. And to take everyone, all my esteemed panel member, they have shared about nutritious food. But we add one more component, healthy, wholesome, and nutritious food, which has that immunomodulating effect. And that is the buzzword. And we have the data because I'm just heading the institution, tertiary care institution, which is called as AIMS for Ayurveda under Ministry of Ayush. And we have given this Ayuraksha kit, which includes greatest nutritional supplement and also medicine called the Chavanprash and the herbal kadha. So and Sanchimani Vati, it is a supplement and also daily herbal health promoting supplement to 80,000 Delhi police personnel for 2 months consecutively, and that's the largest cohort study which we have done in the public health research through Public Health Foundation, and we have captured their immune status through a CS Pro and well documented system. And to our surprise, what we found, even though there was no vaccine, no solution, but the mortality rates came down significantly. From one earlier it was 3% and 1.5%, and now also it came 0.48, where Delhi metro population, pollution, worst environment, even third wave spike. But in spite of that, those who really have the greatest exposure on the road, but they are protected with these immunoboosters. So these immune modulating markets, immunomodulators, through diet and supplementary diet and food supplement and the functional food has been increased tremendously, and it has been beneficial scientifically also. And there is a very gray line between ahar and aukshad according to Ayurveda, because ahar is the one food, food supplements, functional food, and medical food. And ahar, which is a nutritious diet, which is wholesome, which forms 6 days, 4 form, and the quantity, time, everything is very important. But in a certain disease condition, what ahar, what diet we recommend, we consider this as a therapeutic diet, and that is called as pathya, parhej. कोविड में क्या परहेज करना है, and what is the therapeutic diet, recommended diet in diabetes and in certain comorbid condition, and that is very important, and that is also a nutraceutical range in the diet in diabetes and in obesity, in cardiac disorders, in rheumatology, in aging population, in comorbid condition, and vulnerable population. So we have come out with all those therapeutic diet range through Ministry of Ayush. And I'm really very happy that this turmeric latte, haldiwala doodh, which are Nadima and Dadima's nuska, age-old our wisdom, now has taken up, like if you go to CCD also, you will get a turmeric latte and the golden milk. And I have seen this haldiwala doodh in the granule form, some ice cream and many ice cream and the milk, medicated milk with tulsi drop, keloid drop. So that market has been really boomed up. And what the Ayush Kadha as an immunomodulator, antiviral, and many other antioxidants, which are anti-inflammatory herbs and spices like cinnamon, ginger, kali mirch, and also holy basil, and along with this mudakka. So this Ayush Kadha has come on many forms, and this herbal tea, there are many movies and many this market. If you go now also to any of the medical shop in India, like catering to 125 crore deshwasi, you will see Ayush Kadha. So that Ayush Kadha has really helped us, many of us, as a prevention during the treatment, and now in post-COVID management also. These nutraceuticals and nutritional supplements like from Aula based, along with Kada, Aula based Chavanprash, Aula based many products, Aula candy and nutraceutical functional foods, Shatavari, Ashwagandha, Giloy spices. Many drops have come into the market. All these syrups, juices, herbal juices, herbal tea. So this market, like a whole wellness market, wellness industry, and it is a greatest treasure in Ayurveda. Not only spices, but we have 7,000 medicinal plants, and it is just to intend the intent of the use. We know that everyone knows that even in FSSAI under nutraceutical regulation, we have 400 ingredients where there is a gray line between food and medicine. But if we prepare a functional food and the nutraceutical recipe, that becomes a nutraceutical like haldi. If you prepare a granule, that becomes medicine. But if you prepare turmeric latte, that becomes a nutraceutical. And if you prepare cosmetic, then it becomes a cosmetic. So this nutraceutical market through basic Ayurvedic medicines have really great potential, because if we look at the world market size of 4,800 and some million, I think the share of Ayush-based nutraceutical is grown 200 times, and there is a great potential to cater to the entire humanity. And I consider this as a greatest gift to the humanity and the like India's soft power, we can say, to be the leader and to capitalize this market, the global market. Thank you.
Absolutely, very well said. Especially, you have really educated us well on, the various aspects of Ayurveda and how they are helping us in the immunity. And no doubt, Haldi do this definitely recommended, and that is what is being said by even my mother since the time I was young. So, but for the benefit of the audience, I would really like if you can throw some light on how ashwagandha is useful for building immunity.
Yes, that's really very important question, because ashwagandha, that's a Withania somnifera, and the phytoconstituents like withanolide, which it really has, it is based, the ashwagandha as a whole, according to Ayurveda, is a nutritious, it is a what we can say the rasayana based immunomodulator, and it is a anti-inflammatory, analgesic and antioxidant, and we call it as a Indian ginseng, like Korean ginseng. It is a Indian ginseng, and it like in prophylaxis, like pre-COVID, during COVID, and post-COVID management, especially when there is a lot of fatigue and musculoskeletal pain. This ashwagandha based tablet, ashwagandha along with milk, ashwagandha powder tablet, root powder 1 to 3 gram along with milk, it has helped many. And lot of in vitro, in vivo molecular cell line study has really proven that it also has that antiviral effect also, and anti-inflammatory effect also, and it is as potent as a standard of care. Like the many ramaprevil and many other antiviral, it has proven having the similar potent effect. So in this condition, it is really very useful. And let me share one another component, because that COVID has got not only physical trauma, but there is a mental agony and the stigma which people carry, those who are infected with the COVID in this pandemic situation especially. So what we have come across in our COVID health center at All India Institute of Ayurveda, where we have treated almost 100% patient, 99% patient with holistic Ayurveda treatment, where ashwagandha is also main component. So people come across with sleeplessness. So when there is a anxiety, depression, and agony and sleepless nights, I think ashwagandha name itself has a Withania somnifera. So it induces mental tranquility and calmness if we take at night, especially along with milk or ghee or with honey.
Wonderful. Such an honor to hear it right from the master. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you. It was my honor.
I think we had a wonderful, panel discussion, with all the 6 panelists giving their views on various aspects. And we do have some questions which have come from the audience, and they have been communicated to me separately. And I would like to, give this preference of answering this question, the first question, to Simon. Are you there, Simon?
I'm here, wondering what the question might be.
Yeah, and the question is to you because you have been the most efficient when it comes to the time management. So it's like an award for you. Okay. So the question is, how is the recommended dosage for a health supplement established, particularly from a global perspective? Should I repeat the question again?
No, I think the question is clear. It's about the optimum level now. I think we've got, this, of course, for many ingredients, it varies according to the individual, it varies according to their diet. There is certainly for some vitamins and minerals, we have increasing evidence about what the optimum level may be. And certainly during these COVID times, we've seen very clear data around vitamin C or vitamin E, which has been coming out of a consensus from different scientists across the world. But as everybody knows, for every scientist that says one thing, another scientist will maybe say something different. And so for us, I think the important thing is that, we have to ensure as a sector that people can have a choice of a safe range of products. And that means that the levels, yes, it may be 500 milligrams of vitamin C that they feel, or 1 gram of vitamin C, but the crucial issue is that the 1 gram or 500 milligrams is safe. And that is really what's required within the legal framework. And then people have that opportunity to make their choice according to what they consider, the advice they get from their advisors, their practitioners, etc. And I think that's really the answer. There's no simple answer to that. But of course, for some of them, there is a degree of scientific consensus.
Very well answered, Simon. You understand the point. Is there anyone else in the panel who would like to answer this question, in their own way, or can we move on to the next question? Well, so I would like to, have the next question being put out to the panel, and then, for anyone which this is more relevant to, they can answer this. So, what are some of the probiotics which are available naturally? I repeat the question. What are some of the probiotics which are available naturally?
Vikram, if you allow me, I will just try to take this. So if you see, probiotic is actually all science-based, and we do have probiotics, dahi, in fermented foods, etc., etc. However, you have to go back to the definition of probiotic. These are the live microorganisms when administered in the right number, provide health benefit to the host. So, for example, dahi also contains probiotic, but to get that probiotic health benefit, I may have to consume 30 kg of dahi. Because as per FSSAI, you are required to have minimum concentration of 10 to the power 6 to 10 to the power 8. So that is where the science becomes very important in this case. So although we have many candidates for probiotics in general fermented foods, but their efficacy will not be established. It has to be established through a scientific review.
Right. Thank you very much, Dr. Ravindra, for answering this question. And I would go back to Arjun. Are you there, Arjun?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah. So, Arjun, one question for you. What are the innovation models and best practices to meet evolving dietary needs of consumers?
Thanks, Vikram. I mean, that's a really good question. And I think, Ankur touched base on that. He talked about design thinking and, the empathy and how do we approach. And that's one of the 8. And, how do we take in at Amway, and design is we call it HCD, human-centric design approach in innovation. And as I talked about, little bit touch base about in my the panel discussion that how do we put the customer in center and see what are their problems are and what they are looking for. And I'll just give a quick and very brief example from the US market research, when they found that why people go early in the morning and grab their milkshake 7 o'clock. Are they really hungry at 7 o'clock, or are they really wanted to take care of their health or their satiety? And what is found that I mean, it was none of that. I mean, what is found that the most of the people drives long drive from their home to office, like 1 hour, 2 hours. It's very common in Delhi NCR. We all experience it. And it was found that they want something to be with on their side, just to while they're driving, they can have a sip of it, and just during their drive, they need something to sip on it and move on. And also they also want to take care of that when they reach office like 9 or 10, they don't need to go and rush into a food, or they can take care of their satiety till lunchtime. And that whole concept and research data has shifted the way the milkshake has been created eventually. They have been become more thicker, they become like, with some crunchy fruits, into it, so that, people can also chew them while they took a sip of it. So the whole idea is that, how do we move whole research, towards the why and how customer is consuming and going to talk about, use about it. The second part is that, the crowdsourcing, I mean, and the co-development opportunity. I think most of the eminent panel members are here, who are from the either from ingredient side or other from the formulation side, and there is a great opportunity there. I mean, nobody can do everything by itself. The co-development partnership is going to be the another next game changer model in the innovation model. Best practices which we use at Amway is also what we moved from the project management to a Scrum. I think we talked about that. I think Ankur talked about that. In food, we need to also ensure that we give the product, I mean, what is going to be our turnaround time? Is going to be a research like 5 year, 4 year, 3 year, 2 year? I think probably that's going to be pretty short, right? We need to develop and give a product with the right combinations and efficacy within within a year time or within a 6 month over time. And the Scrum is going to be another, the platform or the management techniques project management techniques which we need to use, which is primarily right now is being used into the IT industries. But I mean, at Amway, we have kind of used that into many of our new innovations and bring the project faster with the better efficacy. Thank you, Vikram.
Thank you, Arjun, for the inputs. May we have all the videos on for all our panelists, please?
Vikram, Arjun was so passionate in sharing this, and I could not hold myself back. I have to say this. So there is a saying that the customer came in for the packaging and stayed for the taste. Okay, so if the packaging is attractive, they will be buying it, and then they stay for the texture and the flavor. Dr. Minder talked about it. So it's high time that the customer came in for the nutrients and stayed for the nutrition only, right? So that's the mindset change from a customer standpoint as well.
Excellent, excellent.
Thanks, Ankur.
So I think we are coming towards the end of this session now, and let me express that I have been a moderator to many panels. In fact, that is the position that I have given at most forums. But this panel has been particularly, very special, and indeed, having the captains from the industry, from the government, international NGO, and having an excellent panel discussion online, not in with the audience in person. I think it has got its own set of challenges, but very well done, my panelists. And I would like to make a special reference to the contributions of the FSSAI, in the last particularly 8 to 10 months. I mean, the initiative, what they have taken in terms of engaging with the industry has been quite fabulous. I myself have been a part of various forums where the CEO and chairperson and even all the directors have been a part. So I think this is what is required to bring forward the public-private partnership has to go on, first, and that's in the best interest of our country. With that saying, I would like to, end this forum on a positive note. Thank you very much for being a part of this panel.
Thank you, Vikram.
Thank you.
Vikram, you
There
were
is,
incredible moderator.
thank
Thank you
you,
so much.
coordinator. Thank you to all the
for being
panelists.
such a good moderator. Thank you, Vikram.
There is one exercise we still have to do, that is switch on your videos, and we would like a screenshot. All of you together, please.
Yeah, the photograph.
Yes.
And this time virtually, Indrani. I mean, we are used to gathering together, but that's the new norm. So we adapt, improvise, and become.
Yes, all of you, please.
Thank you.
Okay. So while the photograph is being taken, I would like to thank the chairperson for this excellent moderation, and also the distinguished panelist, Professor Tanuja Nisari. Thank you so much for making it to this program. It really enlightened us. It was wonderful to, it was so stimulating to, hear about all the work that the department is doing. And I would also like to thank our partners, our principals partners. That is, we had Merck, Herbalife, Amway, Cargill, Mondelez, Nestle, ITC, our associate partners, Abbott, DuPont, Hexagon Nutrition, Sugar Free. Also our corporate partners, FSSC 22000, Ball Beverage, Danone, Indie, Kellogg's, Patanjali. Please also visit our exhibition stall. It is going to be there for 1 month. Please request your marketing people also to come and visit the stall. Thank you once again, everybody. Thank you, delegates, and have a great evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Have a
Pleasure meeting you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Indrani.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Have a great
Thank you.
evening, everyone.
Bye.
It was really pleasure meeting you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Sas. Bye.
Thank you.